Township Board of Supervisors regular meeting. We'll start this evening with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
As you know, we had a venue change this evening, so I just want to take a minute and thank our friends here at the School Board Association. I know they offered not only this room, but some of the other facilities. You guys have been great hosts. Thank you very much. I know you have staff also staying here late with us this evening. So if you don't know much about the organization here, it'd be valuable to learn more. They are really a valuable resource, not only to our community, but the whole entire state. So we thank you guys very much for hosting us. This is, I think, really setting the bar for a potential future township upgrade if and when that time comes. So we're excited to kind of have best in class here. So thank you guys again for having us. Announcements and presentations. I do need to announce that an executive session was held this evening to discuss personnel, real estate acquisition, and matters involving attorney-client privilege. And then we'll move on to announcements and presentations. First, we have an insurance dividend presentation this evening, and Mr. Schnell is with us. Come on up.
Thank you, Carl. This never gets old, appearing before you every year to announce that the Township's property and casualty insurance program, that's an exclusive program underwritten by EMC Insurance Company, has yet again yielded a dividend check for return premiums back to the Township. The program was started in 2004, and this is the 17th time that it's yielded a dividend. Doesn't happen every year, and it's not guaranteed, but we had a good year, and so we're giving a check back from EMC Insurance Company to the Township. Last year, the check amount was, we did have a dividend last year. It was $13,740, and that was a 5.7% return. This year, due to better results, it's a 3-year rolling calculation. This year, the percentage was 12.1%, and our dividend check giving back to the Township this year is $40,540. So, excellent work by the Township and Ray and staff for continuing to make the Township a safe place to contribute towards the overall profitability that this program includes, with 310 other townships through Pennsylvania. So
Awesome.
I've got a check if you would like to proceed. You want to? Yeah, you want to take a picture? Yeah, why don't you come up? Great. Thank you. Yeah, always. Thanks.
Thanks for the good news. Thanks again for joining us tonight. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
All right, we'll take them off one side. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
I haven't covered it, but I'll figure it out in the meantime.
It has a little similarity as ours, where you have to hold the back side, and then when it illuminates, they promised me all the batteries were in.
I'm back. Okay.
There it is.
Good.
Thanks, Scott. This is the normal monthly update. We'll jump to page 2. As I've shared in the past, we're 1 month behind and lagging, and this is where we are year to date. There's a couple of trends we're seeing that have not been indicative in the past. One is that our real estate transfer is much slower and softer than a prior year, along with our building permits. So we're starting to see a little bit of an effect. I would say it was probably on the permits building side was weather related. Real estate transfer it's just a little bit softer than normal. So, okay, Scott. What I want to share with the board is that what's happening globally is also affecting us at the township. We purchase about 60,000 gallons a year of fuel, combination fuel and diesel. And when we take a look at where we are in the budget versus what we are forecasting, because of as much as $1 to $1.50 on the diesel side, we may incur as much as $75,000 to $85,000 additional beyond the budget on the fuel side. So there today does not seem to be anything in sight that's going to see that come back right now, but that's something we're keeping our eyes on. The other thing is too, because of the winter we've had, which has been much more difficult than prior years, we're already at 89% of the annual salt budget, which we typically are not at that rate after coming out of I would call it the winter. So just some indicators for us as we go into the 2026 year. Costs are going up faster than we could have ever budgeted for. So just want to share that with you. Okay, Scott. These are what I call recent updates. New time and attendance program, ADP, excited. Discussion with the cricket organization, new roof at Stony Ridge, some disposition you'll see later. We're starting our Public Works Committee tomorrow at 2:30. You know about the lease. We did not get the grant for State Road. We are going to engage again with the PennDOT multimodal organization to come take a tour again. Obviously, it would look different than last year where we now have the warehouses and other in Costco is physically up. We continue to do some really good things and update our website. We also are meeting with District 8, which oversees our area for, we call it kind of a lunch and learn to share with them some of the upcoming projects. And the county has put us on the agenda April 8th to support the state grant. So these are just some of the new things. Good, Scott. Everything here is pretty much what we reported before. We'll talk a little bit later about the storm sewer pavement. That's why I put it in yellow. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the big one is the Green Light Go grant. All of the 29 traffic signals in the township over the next 2 years are going to be, they're going to have the installation of a MyoVision, which is an intuitive and a much more adaptive signalization. So big win. Real excited to have that happen. These are some things. Trindle Spring still in the judge's hands. Recycling center. The latest there is the requesting for the extension. The data warehouse ordinance will be ongoing reviews until we're trying to get that done by May this year. Residential developments, Hunter's Glen is going to go forward. They're coming to the PC, and Sporty Green Apartments is that discussion's become more active. We've talked about the grants awarded. We did not get the LSA grant, but though, you know, as shared before, about $3 million worth of grants over the last 12 weeks. So we have a few in the pipeline. The big one for us is going to be to get the state road, which we won't find out anyways till the fall of this year. Okay, Scott. I wanted to announce one of our Public Works employees, Bob Coughlin, is going to retire. He has 20 years. His last day is Friday. Took a couple pictures of Bob. He wanted to get back up in the saddle one more time. We are really fortunate to have Bob for the 20 years, and we're going to have a little something for him at the PW tomorrow. But really want to say thank you to Bob and his 20 years as an employee. Stony Ridge Pavilion, we just put a brand new roof on. You'll see it if you go down and visit it. It looks fantastic. Long overdue, so that was a big win. We've announced Woods Drive on the 14th. We are going to have an open house. I just want to let everybody know again, please come to the township building to go through the open house presentation and then discuss some of the designs that have been incorporated. It's all there meant for everybody to come and share their opinion about what designs are there and what they'd like to see. Okay. Everybody's seen the pedestrian there. That's the rendering that goes over to the new parcel. Okay. And the 22 acres across the street. Not yet heard anybody that's purchased it, but we're hearing that there's a lot of high interest. And then lastly, all of the upcoming events, the one thing in the asterisk there is we added on the 20th, another blood drive. We had a successful one this year. So in closing, I would just say to the board, one of the things that staff is well aware of is some of the rising costs that we're seeing is affecting some of the things that we had budgeted for versus what they're starting to look like. And given that fuel plays a big part, which is also the material you purchase when you pave, not just the fuel you do to operate the trucks. So the pipe that you buy for your storm sewer, all of that is going up dramatically. So it's unfortunately it's had an effect. So thank you.
Okay, I think I'm back. All right. We'll move to public comment. If there's any comment, please come up. Come on up.
In case I get extended.
What-
Thanks, guys.
Rich, I'm not gonna give you 10 minutes. We'll do 5 and 5. Okay.
Well, then I'm speaking on his behalf. Okay, so,
We're gonna give you 5.
all right, well, here we go. So, listen, I have a moral obligation to come back. I've been away for a long time for personal reasons, but after watching the last meeting, I have a moral obligation to come back. But I do want to say, Laura, you were amazing running the meeting. I really have to give you compliments on it, honestly. Carl, you have competition, honestly. And I want to give a shout out to Willetta because I've had to recommunicate with her. And so, yes, Vince DiFilippo, if you're here or listening, I did have to go and request some RTKs. And I want to talk to you briefly about what I want to talk to you about, please. The first is, from my understanding, a quorum is a meeting of a second-class board of supervisors, and an unannounced quorum does not invite all members of the board is likely a violation of the Sunshine Act. And if I'm correct, a meeting that is pre-arranged gathering of a quorum of 3 members of this board to deliberate or take official action is a quorum. And you violated the Sunshine Law. I mean, Sean, am I correct on that? Well, there were 3 meetings that I'm addressing. The first is the Costco was given a late night permission, and Harry and David were not invited, but Nancy was invited. You were not part of the board yet. The second was when I called you, when you met, and Laura, you announced that we are against data centers, and Carl, Mark, and I met with Ray, and I called you on the phone, and you gave me the impression, Carl, that you agreed with me that it was wrong practice, and Harry and Dave were not invited. And then just recently, I learned at the meeting that there was a meeting that took place at Monroe Township about Monroe Township, and then there is some kind of communication that you guys put together, whether you were there or not, and it was client privilege. It's wrong. It's a wrong practice. And to me, it is a quorum, from my understanding and my research. Transparency builds trust. And honestly, guys, the trust is at risk. The second thing is I did an RTK for the NPDES documents to find out that was brought up at the last meeting. And JJ, I need to ask you, who told you to create these plans when we didn't even have the easement deed from the Spring Meadows? And I know that I called E.G. Stolfus because they haven't, I think it's on the agenda now, they didn't sign an easement deed, and somebody told you to do that, and I don't understand how that was permitted. Similarly, we have a second easement deed that we're waiting for from HSS that hasn't been cleared. Somebody told you to do that. That's wrong practice, and HRG is a solid firm. I don't know what happened there. Questions that need to be asked. A procedural audit. This is not standard procedure, guys. The other thing is all of a sudden I look and there's an L-shaped, there's a 72,000 square foot building. Ray, you promised us in 2023 when that debacle with the Allentown big firm that you said, we're going to have a steering committee, we're going to have public meetings. All of a sudden this building appears. That's a concern. And we have 49 acres of unused acreage that we could, by the way, use to set up this stormwater facility that we need these easements for. The last thing is L&N, and I can't thank you enough, Harry and David, for discussing L&N, and I did some research. Did they help get the LSA I don't know. There's no quantitative evidence. I did 2 RTKs for L&N emails and any kind of communication, and there is absolutely no quantitative evidence that they had anything to do with it. Do townships use lobbyists? Yes, there are some that do. There's Saxton and Stump. There's Malady and Wooten. There's Green Tree Partners. Limerick Township also does use it, but they only pay $5,000 a month. And if it is a monthly ad hoc procedure, like you said, maybe just use them as we need them. That's a lot of money to spend. And they didn't get us our LSA this time, and Hamden Township got it without their use of that. So I just think that we need to relook at things. And I think we're going to make it under the 10 minutes, Frank, so we don't need you. And that's it. I'm just upset. And that's why I had to return. I've stayed away from this because this upsets me so much. The whole procedure, there's something wrong. We need to reset here. And JJ, I mean, really, I ask you, who told you? Can you actually answer that? Who told you to proceed? You know better without a deed of easement. And you designed it? How much money did you spend? What if Spring Meadow won't give it to us? And I called E.G. Stofus. They have not signed it yet. And I think they might tonight. I don't know. Thank you very, very much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be so upset, but I really care. I'm a caring resident, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks, Frank, for being.
Hey, Scott, yeah,
Sorry.
Scott, it seems like my mic keeps timing out. I don't know if there's any 2 AA batteries or another mic we could swap. Okay, go ahead, sir.
No, I'm sharing, but I would have commented. So thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll go to other public comment. Oh, they time it out in general. Okay. Okay. Okay, got it. All right, I can keep turning it on.
You just push the button in the back.
Okay, I got it. Okay, sounds good. All right, any other public comment at this point? Scott, are we taking public comment online? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, if there's any comment online, we'll open the floor now. Okay, hearing none. Final call. Come on up.
Parfit, 23 Ashburn Drive, Mechanicsburg. I just want to make it quick that at the last meeting, there was an issue with a property that was like divided across the turnpike and got separated. There's a boundary dispute. And I just want to, I think Supervisor Lanker sort of took some leadership there, really admired that tried to get the participants to work it out before, if you disapprove it, it could get through, and then the disadvantaged party would have a hard time. So I just wanted to commend him for his leadership in trying to get it resolved. Thank you.
We have Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask a question. Have all of the vendors doing business with the township all billed their services for the 2025 calendar year at this point?
Mr. Lake. Okay, I'm back. Can't answer it, Mr. Lake. We'll find out though.
Well, there is an issue. The solicitor is aware of it. His firm is not billed, or if they have, they're saying they have not as a means of avoiding disclosure of billing to the township for what I believe is unjustifiable reasons for the charge and the reason for obscuring the availability of those charges. Also, why was a retention or detention terrace at the base of the property where the public works building not considered as opposed to the retention ponds? It would be nice if the township acted in good faith as a neighbor and example to others by not only maintaining the rate of flow off of that lot, but also the volume of flow. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lake. Okay, I'll switch to the other one in a minute. Thanks, Mr. Lake. Anybody else online, Scott? Okay, all right, then we will move on to consent agenda. Is there any comments or questions from the board?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Supervisor Lankert.
For the 2022, 25, 26 meeting, page 11 of 11, I would like my statement to be added to the minutes verbatim as I spoke pertaining to the alleged February 19th meeting being held and my other comments under supervisors' comments pertaining to that. I would like that added to the minutes verbatim. Questions on invoices. Ray, there's a invoice for Lancaster starter and alternator for I think it's a starter for the infield machine. Could you check, see if that was new or rebuilt and why we didn't use a local firm instead of going to Lancaster? And there was a invoice for 14 polo shirts for $630. It said for I think the last name was Barnes on it. Was that our new police officer?
Order officer is put under his name.
Okay, I was gonna say 14 shirts for one guy.
5.
Okay. No, that's fine, because I was there, that 14's a lot for one guy. And question, there was an HRG bill for $7,000, $7,056.40. Under the description, it said cost road realignment project. My recollection was the majority of the board did not want to do that realignment. I understand why we had a $7,000 bill for that. If I could get clarification at some point on that, Ray, if you check. And for 3/11/26, there were 6 individuals listed for pesticide exams. Are they new employees?
Some are new and some is recertification.
Yeah, but if they're taking the exam, they shouldn't have to get
New, and I believe we've got at least 2 new on the roads, but I'm going to say that they were big.
All right, so did our whole parks maintenance team quit?
My understanding, they took that.
So this is above and beyond what they already have. This is, okay, that was all I had. And then one of the last things for invoices, there was an invoice for the business cards for the tax collector. I never remembered in the past us paying for that. I thought part of what they collected was for the office supplies, and associated materials that they need to do their job. We've never bought beef in the past, have we? I never remembered approving them. That's why I had. Oh, yeah, I understand. I'm just saying, I never remembered us purchasing for the tax. I would like to have the items that we were looking to put on municipal bid be pulled and have a discussion on.
Okay, we'll pull 6A, 1, 2, 3, 4. Any other comments at this point on consent?
Yes, I'd like to pull also 7A.
Okay. We'll pull 6A and 7A. Anybody else? Hearing none, I'll look for a motion then on the remaining items of the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the other items of the consent agenda.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second? Mark, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, if any. That motion carries. Let's bring to the table 6A. That's the municipal advertisements. Dave?
Believe in 2003. I was here when that was purchased. They have it listed. I think it's a 2013. I just want to make sure if we advertise that, we're giving correct information, clarify. I think it's right around 2003. The other issue, the tar buggy is not a craft co. That was on our thing. I believe that's maybe we do not dispose of the Dodge truck and give that to the building guy since we're getting rid of the utility body. And I don't think there's any real issues with that truck, is there?
Number of.
To the building maintenance guy. So he has a truck. Yeah, have him have that, get rid of the 2003 or 4 and this is an everyday truck. Just a suggestion.
And then if there's anything more detailed that might have us think otherwise, I'll bring it to the board for April. If not, we'll do that in consideration if that works, Dave.
Yeah,
I'll look for, you have any others on those, Dave?
no, that was my.
Okay. I'll look for a motion then to advertise the remaining 3 items.
I'll make a motion that we advertise the items listed in our packet for municipal bid with the exception of the 2013 Dodge truck.
There's a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Harry, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, if any. That motion carries. 7A is the leaf vac repairs. Supervisor Pottinger?
Yeah, I just noticed that, the quote that we got, the quote is for $5,211.60. And what we have to exceed 5,200.
Yeah, the 11 cents should be included in there, Supervisor Pottinger. It should have been 5211.66.
Okay.
To your, yeah, to your
that?
point. That's
Okay.
correct.
That's the only
Thank you.
comment I have.
I did have a follow-up comment on that. Just a question. And sorry I didn't get it to you sooner.
That's all right.
when I read that language, it said that basically this would get us to a baseline to almost continue troubleshooting. So I was just a little nervous. It didn't sound like it was very confident that this much would actually fix that. So I don't know if you have a better
Yeah,
feeling of comfort on that.
yeah, so that, I appreciate that. So, it's great to have Wi-Fi, but here's the challenge. The cab of the truck communicates to the back of the truck via Wi-Fi. When they're going through neighborhoods and it picks up someone else's Wi-Fi, it disrupts the ability to use the leaf back. So, we talked to Stevenson's and they said you can bypass that, if you hardwire it. And if you hardwire it, then you're pretty much guaranteed it'll be much better.
Okay.
So, I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, so they'll put a full new harness in and it'll all now be hardwired right to the truck.
Okay.
We tried alternate options, but it unfortunately wasn't available, from Stevens.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on that one? I'll look for a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 7A, not to exceed $5,211.60.
Motion on the table. Do we have a second? Harry, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, if any. Okay, that motion carries. We'll move to unfinished business. First is data center ordinance discussion. And I think Solicitor Schultz will lead us in this discussion.
I think this works. Yeah, okay. All right. A little awkward trying to talk to you in this position, but and also have the folks from the public not have to look at my back. But what I provided to the board in your packet is a sort of a decision workbook, sort of guide us through a discussion on the comments that we received on the draft ordinance. And so what I'd like to use tonight to do is get feedback on those issues, and then that'll give us guidance on a revision to the current draft that we can then potentially, if you're ready to move forward, provide to the Planning Commission in May, and then have a hearing before the board on the ordinance in May. So with that, I think there are a number of issues that we'll work through, and I'll kind of go through and generally describe what you have in front of you and what I have in front of me for the benefit of the public who are here this evening. So working through the comments of the issues in the ordinance, there was, to begin with, a question of the scope of applicability. What we had drafted into the ordinance was that it would apply to buildings, that certain regulations would apply to buildings that are 100,000 square feet or more. We had a number of comments on that issue. One, our Planning Commission questioned why the standards would only apply to buildings over 100,000 square feet. The idea was there to sort of answer that question is the scale of it and the impacts generally follow scale, although that's not always necessarily true. The county Planning Commission suggested applying provisions more broadly to I2 uses, including any uses that are permitted by right. And then Mr. Boucher, who I believe is in the audience, I thought I saw him earlier on, I have my glasses on, there's his hand, supported applying the provisions to all I2 uses and to conditional uses in the I1 light industrial use. So sort of the decision tree for the board here is how we should apply that scope of applicability, whether we should address issues beyond buildings that have 100,000 square feet or more, and whether it should apply to the I2 district only. Again, this ordinance was originated to regulate data centers. We broadened that to I2 uses. Here, there's some suggestion that we should broaden it even further to uses in the I1. So to walk through those decision options, the question is,
Do we apply the ordinance performance standards to all uses in the I2 district only? Do we apply the standards to the I2 uses and to conditional uses, permitted uses and to conditional uses in the I1 district? Or do we retain the current scope? Or of course, with any of these issues that are raised this evening, we're not confined to those if the board wishes to deliberate on other possibilities of revisions, including there's questions of whether you apply to based on impervious coverage rather than building square footage. So with that, I'll kind of on that question, open it up to the board for some discussion.
Sean, since this is multiple choice, are you grading on this?
Well, it's multiple choice with an essay.
Oh, okay, the essay. I chose B, which is apply standards to all I2 uses and I1 conditional uses. And I looked over it and it aligns with the county and Mr. Boucher. Broader applicability avoids carve-outs you need to defend in findings. So.
Yeah. Your preference is B. I'll try to where the mics aren't working out.
Yeah, my preference is also B. I agree with Harry on that.
Okay.
John, can you just clarify which standards it would be? Because there's standards specific to the data center. We're talking about some of the other more general standards.
That is, let me pull that in front of me. So there's a number of regulations that apply generally speaking, and then as you noted, those that apply specifically to data centers. So these would. Does the board also have the ordinance? Do you all have the ordinance in front of you available? So just trying to figure out how much detail I need to get. I'll go into
word by word.
Yeah. So this is the portion of the ordinance that revises section 415-215 of your code, adding a subsection E to that section, and that's the additional provision applied to all. Okay. Applies to all conditional uses, and right now as it's drafted, 100,000 square feet or more. So that's the minimum building setback, the landscape buffer. See if I can just kind of go through screening and fencing, noise and vibration. Water and sewer, power supply, emergency management requirements, the furnishing of expert evidence, including testimony from an expert relied upon that the proposed use will not be detrimental to the use of adjoining properties due to hours of operation, noise, light, litter, dust, and pollution. Aesthetics, so that addresses what the facade would need to look like, generally speaking. Lighting, traffic and access, and then there's a requirement for community notifications to all property owners within 300 feet of the proposed site. So those are the categories that it would apply to.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any, David, you were trying to get your mic on there for a bit.
Yeah. I'm just looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have it here. This is the first, so we're just talking about the scope of
Scope of applicability. Yeah, that section, and that's really just do we continue to apply it to buildings, only buildings that are 100,000 square feet or larger? Do you apply it to only I2 uses as we have drafted here, or do you include now I1? Or do you do anything else that you might be able to imagine as far as the scope of applicability to uses?
Yeah, Sean,
Go ahead, Mike.
B as well.
Okay.
Sean, would you mind just clarifying too, what the conditional uses are? That's my mic. I'm just.
I'm sorry.
In the I2, what the condition, sorry, I1, the condition.
What's the entire list of conditional uses? Pull the ordinance up.
I got it. Yeah, thank you. I have one here. Laura has it. I don't know if that would help anybody else. I'll just rattle them off too.
Yeah.
Alcohol beverage production, automobile service and repair.
Let me see if I turn mine off. Maybe that'll help.
Okay, yeah, automobile service and repair, brew pub, recycling facility, tasting room, structure mounted. So I guess what I'm wrestling with is, a brew pub, a tasting room, any type of local business. This is just it's gonna add a lot of standards that I don't know, or I think it's gonna push them into variances. I actually circled B. I tended to agree with that, but I'm also wrestling with, we have to be careful what we incentivize, because this could ultimately continue to incentivize, and I'm not, don't mean this in any negative way, but you're going to end up with more national type brands who are going to be the only ones that can absorb these type of extra costs for this type of engineering and regulation. So I just, I'm not sure if we're going a little too far, and I don't know how we ensure that we still are friendly to somebody who wants to start a brew pub that is a local resident, for example, or something along those lines. So I think maybe by just saying conditional use in I1, it might go a little too far. Now, that said, recycling facility, right? Some of these more intense uses I could agree with. I just, I don't know if conditional use is the right category to broadly apply this in I1. That's just, again, I'm leaning the B option, but I'm just tripping up a little bit on some of those uses.
And it would still, I mean, based on the feedback I've received so far, it would still only apply to where there's a building of 100,000 square feet
Okay,
or
I
more
see.
too. So I don't think there are too many.
Oh, that
hubs
stays.
that might
That doesn't go away. The 100,000. Okay.
that was not contemplated in that option.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So that could carve out for some of those uses potentially. Go ahead, Dave.
Right.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards A. I kind of agree with what you say, not being mean. You get into the heavier uses, I think there's more money with them to work with compared to you get into smaller businesses. I think it is going to be a little bit of a hardship, especially you get outside, like you say, the national chains or the big corporations. You start to disincentivize smaller businesses staying in the township or building the township.
And Dave, just to follow up on that, when we look at the I1 and we see conditional uses like a recycling facility, and there's probably really not much else that's even close to akin to the uses in the I2. But there are manufacturing uses that are permitted by right in the I1 also. And just because I'm just sort of taking what you're saying, and I think to what Carl is saying is you don't want it to apply necessarily to everything there. Would it make sense to sort of maybe carve out some of those uses in the I1 that are more akin to I2?
That I just think when we do a blanket on that zoning for I1, you're getting into other industrial uses that are maybe not as intense and for smaller businesses. So, I agree. We could probably carve out the larger uses in the light industrial, but I think we do I think that's a little punitive on the smaller businesses or the uses that are not as intense.
Right, and the idea of not being punitive to smaller businesses that probably couldn't afford the process was part of the rationale in creating that 100,000 square foot standard to begin with, because you're trying not to overburden uses that really aren't going to have much of an impact. I mean, we're not going to be too concerned about a brew pub creating issues that would require a landscape buffer across a 500-foot setback.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable knowing that that's still there. So,
Yeah, okay.
any other comments from the board? Yeah, we'll open it up for
Is the
input.
public allowed to?
Yeah, we'll go, we're just gonna stay on
I-
topic if you could. We're gonna go through them all, so.
Yeah, just one very quick thing on this particular topic. If you maintain the 100,000 feet for size for this particular requirement, you don't have to worry about the small taverns, brew pubs. If you got a 100,000 square foot brew pub, maybe it should be under this requirement. So as far as small business, you've already got that covered with the size.
I'm gonna add, I will add, Clarence, there are smaller businesses sometimes that need bigger facilities depending upon their use. But no, I agree with what you're saying there. If they're coming in with some sort of use like that and it's that big, they're probably going to be one of your bigger commercial companies or provider. It's not a mom and pop, but I think like what Solicitor Schoen said would if we look at it based on the type of uses and the size, I would be agreeable to that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, A with a hybrid.
It would be B with the continued 100,000 square
Right,
foot
yeah.
limit, yep, or threshold. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Cooper Shirey from 104 East Main Street, Mechanicsburg. I also have a concern over the blanket 100,000 square feet metric, solely because if we're talking about data centers here, if we're staying on topic, the average data center is around 100,000 square feet. Average, meaning that there are data centers that very easily fall under that metric and could very easily say, well, we're going to be 98,000 square feet, so we don't have to satisfy these requirements. I think the blanket 100,000 square feet metric may actually incentivize bad players to come in and sort of skirt those boundaries just so that they can come in easily. I think the better option would be okay, let's carve out brew pubs and medicinal facilities and et cetera as protected or not restricted or et cetera, and really still hammer in on, any other conditional use that may not be beneficial to the township. We want to have those restrictions on the board.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
kind of.
Yeah, well, I may have just indicated there, this is not specific to data centers. Or the 100,000 would be related to data. We have a data center specific use, and this is more about taking some of those standards and applying them to others, or does 100,000 maintain on the data center as well?
The 100,000 applies to all uses in those zoning districts.
You could get 10 buildings, 99,000 square feet.
You potentially could, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with my original comment. I think we need to look maybe at uses, the intensity, like lower intensity, maybe have exclusion, like as far as lighter industrial.
And we could tackle that. I don't know if everybody heard that. Was the idea was just focus in on specific uses. A number of ways to tackle that. And of course, I didn't come in looking at the I-1 for that under that option, but you could also have it apply to, well, you have manufacturing. I'm talking myself out of it. You have manufacturing as a permitted use by right, not a conditional use. That when you have an ordinance that has a use that's permitted by right as opposed to a conditional use, the idea there is that you're trying to make that you're trying to incentivize that use more than and disincentivize the conditional use, right? So the rationale that you would take away from your ordinance currently is that you want to incentivize manufacturing in the I-1, and we want to have some disincentive or and additional regulations for things like brew pubs and automobile service and repair stations, that sort of thing. So what we could do and is we could apply these conditions to distinct uses in those lists. I'm sort of taking from the conversation so far that the idea is, again, so those uses that are, the I-1's a lighter industrial zoning district, those uses that are sort of closer to those I-2 uses, like perhaps manufacturing, that you'd want to apply those regulations to those uses. Is that fair to say that?
And that would solve that potential as well, I believe.
Right. And the other thing we could do with the 100,000, especially Chairman Mockamer, with your comment, is we could modify that to be cumulative. So if you have a 98,000 square foot building and another 98,000 square foot, well, you're over 100,000 now on the site.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
Any other comment? Okay, is the board comfortable there, Sean? I think you got some good input.
I did, yeah. Just to make sure my notes are good. Okay.
We'll move to the second one.
Okay, and I think I sort of did the 1 and 2 as sort of a hybrid of the issues. So I think we're there. We wound up sort of bleeding into that next one. The only issue here was whether there was a comment that there could be intensity of uses that you might want to regulate in the same way that do not necessarily are not building or structure intensive and maybe more land use intensive, and whether you want to have a threshold of impervious coverage rather than a threshold of building size. Does that make sense?
Yes, I was more in favor of C on this, with impervious surface coverage. That's what I was interested in seeing, rather than building size.
Yeah, and as I'm sort of working through this and then our discussion on the previous one, I think if we are, I think I know how we'll tackle that. We're going to be placing this on distinct uses and then have some impervious coverage, if this is where the board wants to go on this one, have a building and impervious coverage standard threshold that would need, and we haven't, I might sort of have some discussion with Scott. No, he's saying no, please don't, to sort of work out.
Yeah, well, I think, no, I'm saying no to, I mean, if we're going to go impervious coverage, my opinion would be, depending on what it is, because if we're counting parking lots, if we're counting stalls, if we're counting access drive, I mean, any large facility is going to be over 100,000 square feet on cume. So, I mean,
and right, and I think we'd have to have a different metric for the impervious coverage, or decide, this is exactly the kind of detail we need to get into, is what that would apply to. But if we'd have to come back to the board with more detail on that, because that's not something that's prepared for you tonight.
I think density will also have to come into play. It's red. I think density would have to come into play, or not necessarily the impervious, but also the type of use. Because you could have an area with more impervious and be a lower impact use. I would rather look at the amount of impact, because the higher the impact, the more ramifications it are for the neighbors around it compared to a lower intensity use. So,
and so if we're going back to the discussion on number 1, if we're now regulating based on distinct uses along with the threshold, the intensity of use, we would assume we'd be capturing that based on the distinct uses that we're including in the regulations, and then we would just need the building and impervious coverage threshold. So I think that Supervisor Lenker, if we're regulating based on the distinct uses, we should be capturing only those that have that intensity of use that you're talking about.
As long as, like, I think if you have somebody that has impervious and it's low impact use, I don't think you penalize as much as those that are going to impact the neighborhood or the surrounding properties.
Right, yeah. So the regulatory scheme in this would be for somebody coming in who wants to develop property, one, what's my use and do these apply to that? Do these regulations apply to that use? And two, what's the scale of my use building impervious coverage? And then do I meet that threshold? So once we'll sort of tackle the intensity of uses based on the regulation of distinct uses. Okay. I'm getting a lot of head nods on it.
Yes.
Sean, if you use impervious surface triggers, wouldn't that be more complex to administer?
I don't think that would be more complex because we get impervious coverage, calculations with every land development plan.
So I have B as primary and I have C if you want maximum impact coverage.
Sean, my other comment would be, what if we have a tenant or the initial use be something that would be low impact and it changes with subsequent tenant? Do we have the ability to require them to change to comply with that, even though the building wasn't built for that?
They would have to comply. They'd have to go to the zoning officer, get a zoning permit and ensure compliance based on the use that they're intending to develop.
I think I figured these out. So they're auto muting, right? And then it's just one tap to talk. Is that? I don't know if we have sorry, I mean, we put you guys on the spot. I saw you like pointing at the mics. I think I can see it go red after like 30 seconds. I need just one tap to talk. Is it? I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, that's how this is functioning too. Yeah. So
I tend to agree with Scott. If priority is capturing non-building impacts like parking, equipment yards, and so on, of course, that would be impervious surface triggers.
right. Okay.
Sean, it's Scott.
Oh, sorry.
Like a quick one, right? Just so the board's aware, like a solar farm, right? We haven't had one in the township. We've had more of the structure mounted on top of buildings, but a solar farm, we count that as the actual impervious coverage when those solar panels are flat, even if they're oscillating, right? If they do oscillate, then they have to do a calculation. So for something like that, where there's actual pervious under that, we'd have to look at these uses use by use, kind of what we're saying, because the other thing is, we brought up the parking. There's a lot of facets on these bigger facilities that are going to be captured. There's also a lot of properties that get utilization standards that go up in impervious coverage from 60 to 80%. So we're just going to have to keep that in mind. So.
Okay, so I think where we are so far is we'll have regulation based on distinct uses, and then a regulation based on the aggregate building size, and then also we'll devise an impervious coverage standard. Okay, so that takes 1 and 2. I think we're 25% of the way there. Next is the trails and mapping issue. So this is on sensitive receptors, which is a defined term in the ordinance, and that's all your schools and daycares and the more residential properties that are specifically protected. The issues that were raised, our planning commission raised the need to protect the Appalachian Trail and other national trails. Mr. Boucher requested inclusion of national scenic and regional trails and exclusion only for township recreational trails. County planning recommended a sensitive receptor map and clarified setback measurement. So on on the trail issue, I think that's more of sort of a binary question for you. Do we leave the exclusion as it is? Do we include national scenic regional trails as sensitive receptors? Do we include all public trails and adopt an official sensitive receptor map? So we could do B and C, we could do A and C, we could do these are probably our combinations, or you could do any one of them. Yep.
All trails, and then also, I don't know what a sensitive receptor map on that page.
Yeah, so the question, because the mic wasn't working, from Supervisor Brown is looking at potentially including all trails, and then what does a sensitive receptor map look like? So a sensitive receptor map would mean, staff would have to go through the township and determine each and every use that it falls under that category and map that out. Which
Isn't that just kind of like what our zoning map is? I mean, if you're next to residential zoning, then that's.
yes and no, somewhat. And Scott was going to jump in, but there are specific uses that might not apply as sensitive receptors within commercial district, and some may apply, some may not. So it can't be just based on the district itself. Scott, you were going to.
Yeah, it could be something like the overlay map that we have, but what Solicitor Schultz said is we would have to go through parcel by parcel to see if, a daycare was on there or if there was a playground, not just a residential. I mean, there's school district has some stuff that aren't in residential areas, places of worship. I mean, there's a host of things that we'd have to identify and then map out.
My suggestion on the map is that it would be a nice tool, but I wouldn't tie the ordinance to that, because one, then you get into the issue of whether a map has been updated. And I don't want Christine Musser is here tonight. I don't want to give her PTSD over maps that aren't updated in the Bell Tavern. So, but there's that issue. You don't want to constantly have to update a map by ordinance or resolution. So I think if you have that standard in the ordinance, and if you want to at some point create a tool for folks who might want to develop in the township so they know where these sensitive receptors are, you can certainly do that. I don't think there's necessarily a good reason to tie that into the ordinance itself. So then the other question on this is the trails and how you want to address those. Do we include all trails whatsoever? And there was one yes on that. So
I think all trails. All trails. If it's a local trail that goes between developments, I can't see, but I think we have like the gem of the Appalachian Trail. If there's a trail that scenic, like even a county type trail, but like if we're talking just neighborhood trail that people can utilize to get to parks or whatever, I'm not in favor of those.
and those types of trails would effectively be covered anyway because the residential the dwellings are sensitive
Themselves,
so,
yeah.
so you'd have that applicability.
Yeah, I chose C, which is include all public trails and adopt official sensitive receptor map.
Okay, and are you comfortable with the idea that it wouldn't be an official map, but it would be a guide rather than, yeah. Okay.
I'm okay with that too.
Yep.
Yeah, I generally am used to the question. Hello, test. There we go. Maybe. Okay. The current ordinance already defines sensitive receptors. This is just a decision on which type of trail ultimately.
Right.
So,
There's an exclusion, right?
Okay.
So we would just remove that exclusion and include all trails. And to Supervisor Lanker's point, I think whether we include those local trails or not, it's the same effect. So whether we pull that exclusion out across the board, there's still the same effect as far as protecting those trails as sensitive receptors because they're protected by the dwellings that are on either side of them, generally speaking.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, this next issue is the setback measurements. So the comments on this, so the current draft has 500-foot setback that applies from any building, but measurement point and applicability to accessory and non-building uses are somewhat more unclear. So the Planning Commission comment asked, or question was, they asked what features setbacks are measured from, which raises that issue. The county planning question whether setbacks apply to principal buildings only or to accessory features. Mr. Boucher states that setbacks should be measured from property line and apply to truck courts, parking, generators, and other disturbance-producing features. So the laid out potential options for you here are to measure the setback from principal building footprint only as it is. B, to measure setback from property line and apply to all disturbance-producing site features, which we need to make sure is nice and clarified. Or C, adopt a tiered setback through some examples. 300 feet, a 300-foot setback for anything greater than or less than 100,000 square feet, 500 feet for anything greater than or less than 250,000 square feet. And would be again tied to, because the earlier decision we made tied to cumulative facility size. So maybe I'll throw it out this way. Is there a desire to have it applied to the measurement be applied to more than just the building, but to other potential disturbance producing site features? Okay, so that's.
So apply all disturbance producing site features.
Okay, so Supervisor Brown would like that to apply to all disturbance producing site features from the property line.
I'm also for B as well. I'm for the property line,
Okay.
not the building itself.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. We'll figure these mics out by the end of it.
I had B, measure from receptor property line to apply to all disturbances producing features. You got noise from trucks, you got noise from generators and everything, and I think that we have to be really the distances from to like homes and stuff.
Right, okay.
And is this going to be use driven as well now with some of those changes we talked about earlier?
Right, so that's a good question, because these regulations, this one in particular applies, that's in that list that I read out. So this applies to those distinct uses, and will eventually, once we have the redraft, based on building square footage and impervious coverage.
Okay.
Sean, pertaining the clarification, the property line would be, what are we using that for the measuring of what? Because
Right, so we're talking about the measurement of the setback and what's permitted within that setback. So what the discussion's been so far is, right now the setback's 500 feet from the property line. The question is what is it to, and what would violate that setback? As it is now, it's the building itself. The discussion so far has been to include those other things that might produce disturbances.
okay, here's my thing. Would like, if we have a facility that's a storage lot, technically, if the truck is parked, you know, how they back into their spot or they go to hook on to a trailer sitting there, technically, then that would have to be 500 feet from the property line.
Potentially, if that's how we define it, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hope that you own a property that's either rectangular or square, because if you have an odd shaped property, you could deem multiple areas of that to be.
I was saying it's H2.
Less. No pun
Yeah, so if you have an odd
intended.
shaped property that could create some complications for that regulation. That odd shaped properties is right in the wheelhouse of the zoning hearing board. That's why we have variances to be able to address those sort of odd situations.
And that would make that to me, that's a bona fide hardship because of your lot layout.
Right. If it's otherwise impossible, yes.
Yeah, that would be my concern with the property line. In theory, I agree, except depending upon, things that are permitted close to the property line, that could really limit what they need. They're actually going to need more property to purchase to do the same thing. So are you incentivizing better use of the real estate?
Right.
So, I mean, I hate to see more and more taken up for other uses other than either fallow or ag use, but I'm on the fence about that one.
You can keep that one this one.
Doing it.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Boucher.
Supervisor Linker off the fence. Just a reminder that the 500-foot setback only from sensitive, thank you. 500-foot setback is only from sensitive receptors. So if you have a lot with other things around it's now a sensitive receptor, as I understand it, that would not come into play. The other thing, since you've changed the definition a little bit to go from property line to disturbance, you don't necessarily have to do 500 foot. I mean, you can still adjust that. And frankly, I think we should adjust it. One of the things I suggested was that based on the size of the impervious, 100,000 square foot at 500 feet might be too much. And if you look, for instance, at one of the models that we looked at, which was the Penn Future warehouse model, they actually have a graduated scale where 100,000 square foot to 250,000 square foot is one distance. And as it gets larger, you get a greater distance away. So I think you still have that option as well.
And I agree with that. The concern I have would be you incentivize people to buy more ground so they have the setback. And are we doing ourselves any favor with,
But the setbacks for a reason. We're not doing this arbitrarily. Setback is to protect those sensitive receptors.
And I agree that those need.
And if we were to then scale that based on the size, I think that would be an appropriate way to go.
Yeah, I think 500 feet, for a small facility, that's a lot. It requires them to buy bigger lots.
Right, but that 500 foot was based on the factors to the building, not necessarily to the disturbance. Really, we're concerned should be the disturbance. Buildings rarely actually are the main source of noise, light, pollution. It's the disturbances, the roads, the generators.
Yeah, but when I read this here, it says to all disturbance producing site features. That's why I was concerned.
Right, and that's why I'm saying, because you've changed the definition, you may want to have to change that distance as well.
Okay, good point, Clarence.
Circling back to that sort of tiered idea, I think Supervisor Lanker's interested in that. Is anybody else interested in trying to meet the scale of the development with the setback?
I do, because I think you're requiring people to purchase bigger lots, which in theory, you're getting less out of it than if you have a sliding scale, because then bigger buildings are, would be the only ones that need, and uses would need the bigger lots to purchase to meet the setback.
Maybe said differently, the original clause was 500 foot to the building. We've now added to the disturbance, which could mean 800 feet, right? as an example, that could now mean an 800-foot setback
Or
to the
more.
building or more.
But potentially.
So
yeah.
I mean, we're getting really significant by adding disturbed area now. That may, I think we've now gone above and beyond 500. I think there's a valid point maybe to consider there. I think at a minimum, we would never maybe want to go below 500 for the building, right? So how, that then plays into how you're talking about scaling it potentially.
I just know that we have a situation right now that's going on Texaco Road. The Sheets drop lot is a 500-foot setback from the property line. And I'm actually the property beside it, and I'm grateful that that's the way it's stated. So I'm more for the property line, I guess.
Yeah, I agree if it's a drop lot like that where the trucks could be backed in close to the property line, but if you have a use where maybe they have a building and then maybe an auxiliary generator or something like that, that doesn't run but on demand, and then you have that where it's punitive towards anything of that type that's closer than what we have now for the 500 feet, that might require them if it's from the property line. They're gonna need more acreage to keep in compliance, and that's all I worry about. I think it depends what type of use you have, like the use that you're gonna end up with beside your property, yes.
Yeah.
Because of them maybe possibly hooking and unhooking trailers and reattaching. But there is certain uses maybe where it's punitive to have the higher amount, and that I just think we need to look at it based upon the type of use, maybe.
Well, if we made it to 500 feet, they could always come in for a variance, correct?
They could. Yeah, they'd have to show a hardship. I mean,
And that
we
would
could probably
be,
throw a bunch of hypotheticals out there and whether they would legally qualify for variance, but there's always that option.
But if it's an existing building, say, yeah, that might be, but if, say they're looking to build something, they're gonna have to go to the zoning hearing board before they even submit plans technically because, or, they'll come in with like a sketch. Cause they have no idea if they're gonna they're gonna spend a lot of money on design and potentially it would be all for naught.
Right.
Go ahead, Clarence.
One other option we haven't thought about is this actually might force developers to better design their facilities. If we tell them that this is our requirement, they may now put their generators and the roads in different places and maybe use this setback with detention ponds or something like that. And so it forces them to take into consideration the sensitive receptors, but doesn't necessarily stop them from doing their operations. They just may need to plan better, force them to basically do their work and not just sort of be lazy and at the expense of the nearby sensitive receptors.
I look at us as a township having to build a facility here in the next 2 years. And I want to make sure like what we ask the general public to do, we comply with. And it sounds like we have a lot of ground at 49 acres there at that site. But I remember the first thing and Mr. Duncan was there on the original building committee. The first thing he said was, you don't have a lot of extra space there. 49 acres sounds like a lot, but when you're putting multiple buildings in there and multiple uses and there'll be a need for expansion in the future, the township's growing. I don't want to be one that we set the bar the way we want it for our use and we go back to the general public and require a lot more. I think that we have to have that in mind too as well.
Yeah, so we have consensus around the property lines of disturbance producing site features. What I haven't quite yet heard is whether there's any consensus around the notion of a tiered regulation.
Sean, the other question I have is, say you have an existing business and they're out in an area, there's nothing around them, somebody moves in. if they ever go to do any sort of alteration to any building or anything, technically, then they would have to comply, even though they might have been grandfathered in.
If they've already, if they would still be developing within their setback from when they originally submitted the plans, they'd still have the right to do that.
This would not,
Yeah, as long as they continue to be otherwise a conforming use.
okay.
I'm not sure where I'm at yet. I'm thinking about what if scenarios. Let's say we have a sensitive receptor on one side. We're saying 500 foot to, let's just say, the end of the parking lot of a warehouse. You may now, residential is not sensitive, right? It's schools.
Residential is included
It
as
is,
a
okay,
sensitive
yeah.
receptor.
Okay, yeah, my thought was I don't want to now push this to the entire other side of a lot, and now we're creating a situation on that side to accommodate on this side, whereas maybe it did make more sense to be centered there, right? So maybe doesn't sound like that's a potential now, the more what.
Right, I think the way this is structured, it would tend to, you're just pushing it away from the sensitive receptors.
Yeah.
Toward, if there's residential on one side and I2 on the other side, you're pushing it towards the I2 where you would typically want it anyway.
Okay, so say an I2 is surrounded by residential, I don't think we really have that, but you could get to a situation, yeah, it would either have to be a variance or a smaller
Where
building.
they have a postage stamp in the middle of the property.
That's probably
Right,
unlikely,
yeah.
but I'm just playing it out. Like,
Right.
so it either equal variances or a smaller building, or frankly, maybe it just can't fit on that parcel, right?
Right,
Okay,
that's right.
okay.
Yeah.
And we're tying this to uses as well.
Yes, this is all still,
Okay.
based on the earlier discussion.
Yeah.
It will only apply to
Okay.
the distinct uses.
I'm becoming more comfortable with it. I don't know anybody that would argue that we should have warehouse closer to a residence or playground or any of those sensitive areas. So I'm a little nervous just not knowing potentials. We always have, we thought it was a good idea and then something happens and we didn't think of that, right? So I don't know how we can play it out anymore. I'm getting there. I'm just not sure all the use cases, right?
So there are a couple, I think, Laura, I'm not sure you chimed in on that specifically, but I was taking body language.
Just, can you hear me? Oh, yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay. I understand the tiered. I mean, how much does that complicate what we're trying to do here? I mean, I understand the tiered aspect. Definitely, we need to do this from the property line. But I don't know. I guess I was looking for something more simple, but I understand their points of smaller lots or different sizes. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, the more you put into an ordinance, the more complicated it becomes. I think if there are clear tiers, and once we figure out how we're going to address the impervious threshold, they're just going to be numbers, and they're going to know, do I meet that or not? So I think that's all pretty straightforward. And there are probably examples where we have. I'm not sure there are examples where we have the same kind of regulatory structure in any of our ordinances, actually. Other than like stormwater. I'm looking at Scott, like I'm expecting him to answer this, but yes, stormwater, your stormwater permits only apply in certain circumstances. And there are kind of tiers to the size of the disturbance in that. So we have something akin to that in our ordinances already. So I'm not sure where we stand on this one yet on that.
Sean,
Scott. Yeah, Scott.
I would just want, when we work this out, clarity on what's considered a disturbance, because somebody's disturbance to somebody is completely different to what my disturbance is. Is that an access drive? Is that an aisle? Is that something else? I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, and I can just foresee a lot of challenges. So just as long as we button that up, that's make our lives a little easier.
Right. Yeah, that's something, like I said.
Because, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
like a disturbance, right? Some people think a retention basin that has, meadow in it and wildflowers is a disturbance to them. So are we now saying that's a disturbance because it's high grass. Like where are we going with this? You know what I mean? Whereas if it's building, we know it's the building. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I think I alluded to that earlier, that we're gonna have to define that pretty clearly. Because you're not gonna want, yeah, we're going to have to make a decision on what is, what's truly a disturbance. Yeah. Okay. How do we all feel about the tiered system then? Those who haven't chimed in, and
I'm okay with the tiered and having you explain. Yeah,
Okay.
it seems to make sense.
that's maybe giving you a head nod there. Okay.
It would still be from property line. We're just lowering.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still from the top of the line.
Yeah, because I mean, to me, it's in a way, if we get too punitive, it's taking them land really.
Mhm.
So I'm all right if we are more strict with those that will cause, like what Supervisor Pottinger explained, like with the drop lot by his house. I do agree. You don't want to hear kingpins banging all night. The farther you put that away and allow for buffering in that point, you're mitigating or doing the best you can to mitigate that issue.
Mhm.
I think maybe we need to have a tiered system based upon permitted uses. And can we allow the zoning officer or a planning individual to deem something that might be more intrusive, that's in a, for whatever reason or not, or do we have to go by what the definition is? And that's it, because I don't want to have unintended consequences.
Yeah, for the conditional uses, you'll have a hearing. So you could make some determination on what a disturbance would be.
We can as a group, or would be better to have guidance from staff?
I'm trying to get to, is like that final decision in the end is yours, right? Even if staff gives some guidance on it. What you can't do is you can't give a legislative function to the staff, right? So you can't give it to them to define. We'd still have to define that term in some way. And then the zoning officer can make a determination whether it meets that
Well,
definition.
that's what I was getting at. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Sean, going back, and I believe the board has asked, like businesses coming in, they've asked about lighting. Lighting could cause a problem.
Mhm.
And we've asked about noise. So if it comes in front of the board, we can ask some of those issues, like, how's your lighting? What kind of noise you have? You have generators, you have trucks, traffic. Could be a host of other issues.
Right.
We've asked those same things before
Sure.
when it came in front of the board. So
Mhm. Okay. All right. I think where we're going with that one. At
So-
least I do. And if I get it wrong, you'll tell me next month.
Hey, Carl,
Yeah.
we have a hand up for public on this one. Ricky.
Online.
Yep.
Go ahead, Ricky.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate something that Scott said about clearly defining some of these things. And I'm just going to ask, like, Sean, with your expertise, to propose something that you think is really tight and legally defensible, because I'm a little worried about what I'm hearing with regard to, like, someone's going to subjectively determine what a disturbance is, and like maybe it's a zoning hearing officer, but then it's conditional use and they get all the way to the public hearing, and then it turns out like this is something that would be very highly disturbing for the public. And then, like, I just feel like I defer to like your expertise, Sean, and the best way to go about it. But I like, my gut is err on the side of caution for protection of like the sensitive areas and populations. And like, if a building has a setback and their plans don't fit within that setback, then they need to revisit their plans, right? Or I think as Carl had said, maybe it's just not meant to be on that property. So I'm not sure if that makes sense what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I'm not articulating myself well. Can I clarify anything, or does that make sense what I'm saying?
I think I understand. Good job queuing up, using the word subjective and queuing that up, because as much as we can, we want to create objective criteria. That's easier to defend if the board feels that it must deny a plan. So we want to limit subjectivity as much as possible. So when we define these terms, we're going to, as much as we can, create objective criteria so that when somebody applies, they know, again, kind of like with the square footage, we might not be able to get quite that objective, but we'll get as close as we can to that objectivity.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Yep.
Thanks, Richard.
The other thing, Sean, I remember you bringing up, you make it so restrictive. All you're doing is enticing someone to do a challenge. So I think there's the gray area, and you want to hit as far as you can into that gray area where you're not hitting the area that you're pushing someone to challenge it. And then, I mean, we dealt with that as a township pertaining to roads going in and out. I think it was the floodway, got challenged in court. It got struck in the favor of the developer, and we had to pull it out. Something that I thought was very important for people to have access to their property. So I don't want to make it so restrictive that we end up getting challenged or it comes down to a constitutional taking of ground. I think we have to keep it in the gray area as close as we can to the side of restrictive.
Right. You have to have, I mean, I think what you're alluding to, the sort of de facto taking that you've so overregulated it that it's impossible to actually use the property for that use. So that's, always something that we have to look out for.
Clarence, I just want to say, if you remember the advice from Solicitor Schultz 2 meetings ago, it was, if you get an answer you like, don't say anything else. So I say that jokingly, but go ahead.
Just to clarify, in my mind, for disturbances, those are active things. That's noise, that's light, that's air pollution, that's something essentially being emitted from the disturbance area. That would not include things like detention ponds, which are static and don't emit anything. And I don't think it needs to be all that difficult. I do understand some of the points that are being brought up, but I will remind you again, this is just from sensitive areas. It's not, if we did the zoning right, we'd have all the industrial next to the industrial that could be bothering each other. It's only when we got these seams of industrial with residential that we got these problems that we're trying to protect.
Thanks, Clarence. Shall we move to number 5?
Okay. Number 5, landscape buffering within setback area. And I bet Clarence might step back up for this one, because this has been a passion of his. But here we have a minimum landscape buffer depth of 25 feet. Mr. Boucher suggested that landscape buffer yards within the entire setback areas, and referenced the Penn Future logistics standards. The Planning Commission discussed whether 500-foot setback, although we've now adjusted that somewhat, is overly restrictive without flexible buffering options. So here we could retain the minimum 25-foot buffer. We could require enhanced buffer yards within the setbacks, the woodland buffer options that we've talked about previously with the board, in particular Mr. Boucher has brought up, or allow board-approved alternative buffering plans that meet certain performance standards. So this is just a question of how much buffer do we need? And like I said, I know Clarence has talked on this issue a number of times over the last probably few years at this point.
My choice would be require enhanced buffer yards within setbacks. So like the woodland buffer options. I also wanted to mention one of the residents at the hearing we had in February had mentioned about meadows as opposed to, landscape places in between these buildings and things. Is that something that we can allow to, or not allow, but encourage? That rather than just mowing in between buildings, we could encourage them to have meadows or something like that. I don't know if that would fit in this type of ordinance or,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not ideal for buffering, you know, for noise, reducing noise, mitigating noise and things, but it would be helpful for the environment to have things like that.
Yeah, and sort of encourage things that, you know, the meadows that support pollinators and that sort of thing. I think you could potentially build that in there because again, you have that constitutional responsibility to look out for environmental concerns, and that would be included among them. Yeah.
Sean,
Yes.
Clarence would like to speak.
Okay.
Only because this one's really near and dear to my heart. Clarence
Yes,
Boucher.
no.
You know that I've pushed for this before. One of the things I did suggest, and I maybe it didn't make it in there, I'm not sure what you see in front of you, but there was an option for a woodland buffer. There's no reason why we couldn't also do an option for a meadow buffer. The woodland buffer has the advantages of being vertical, so it stops noise, it stops light. It actually stops, if it's an evergreen, can stop some of the air pollution coming through. So there's a lot of advantage to that. It may not be suitable in all places. Meadows might be useful as well. But what I was suggesting was a option for the developers to have that once you set that there is a buffer that needs to be in there, it can be the park-like buffer that we often see, but it could also be a woodland being more rough, or it could be a meadow. Give them the option. And they get to choose the option. We're not imposing it on them. Something the staff didn't like when I proposed it. But there's advantages to being a woodland or a meadow. It's actually long run cheaper because you don't have to maintain it. It runs itself. You don't have to mow it. Once you get it established, it takes about 3 years. You can forget about it. There are advantages. Thank you.
Is there comfort level among the board to have the woodland buffer?
Yeah,
Yes and no.
yeah, the issue I would have potentially if we allow the meadow is you get an increase in potential for harboring of rodents. Higher grass gives them an area to hide. Then you have neighbors complaining about it. We have to be prepared for that if we have that.
Go ahead, Christine.
Yeah. I just want to say this, you're talking meadows. I think to put in there, they have to be native plants. They cannot be non-native.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
Got it. Thanks. Harry, any comments before?
Well, I chose C, which would allow the board approved alternatives for buffering plans, meeting performance standards. And preserve the flexibility so that 500 feet concept doesn't become unworkable on odd sites.
Sean, B and C can probably go in together, right?
We could
Yeah.
combine those.
And then the board would have some discretion.
Right, and you know, someone could propose some alternative that meets the same goals.
Okay.
Mhm.
Another option that I would consider would be allowing them to put in a berm. If they would put in like a raised berm, like 10, 12 feet with, pines and stuff on top of that even.
Mhm.
I think that would, for sight and sound, that might be another option.
Right, that'll increase height. The key with the berm too, from my experience is having the right slope so that the right type of vegetation can grow on it too. Because you get
Right.
sometimes they're too steep and you can't get the sort of trees that you prefer to have there.
And the harder you make it for the owner to maintain, you're increasing greater odds of it not being aesthetically pleasing in a few years.
Right.
Sean, in New Kingstown, they've had whoever owns that warehouse up there put trees up and stuff, they died. So then the owner was contacted about dying trees. So then they came in, they planted trees again, they died. So when you're planting trees on a berm, and I think it's what Dave said, you have to make sure you get the right trees and stuff like that. They may say, well, we're gonna plant trees. Well, what type of trees are you gonna plant? Who's gonna take care of them? I think those are big issues that berms are nice, but what are you putting on the berms and how much care do you have to take care of?
Right, right, yeah.
So.
That is the key to the berms. Yep. Okay. So we're good with the woodland buffer, I think. Is everybody
Yeah.
across the board? I think Dave was good with it too. Does anybody else need to take a break since we lost one of you? We're just about not quite 75% of the way there. So.
Yeah. I'm gonna need a break at some point, but
Okay.
I don't know if now's the time or we.
Well, you lost one, so
Okay,
why don't we just take a
Should we take
take
5 minute
a
recess? If that's okay. Appreciate everybody's patience. We'll get through this and then we'll keep moving through the agenda. So let's break for 5 and we'll be back in just a minute.
when I saw the Alamo, I said to someone, I said, is that the Alamo? And they go, yeah, the small building
What is it, like a
is the
half
Alamo.
acre? It's like a half acre, or somebody said 3/4.
It's not big at all. Yeah.
Somebody I know went down there, they said it's like a half, 3/4 of an acre at the most.
It's not big at all.
Well, it's not, you know, there's important. Mission building.
I was glad to leave San Antonio. I went to Chanute. And I went from 70-degree weather to 40-degree, 30-degree weather. No, I didn't like that either.
My niece went from San Antonio to San Antonio.
Oh, okay. What tech school would she go to?
She's only a medic.
Okay, yeah.
Then she looks good.
You know, we used to
Should we
train
go?
a lot of pilots down there from Saudi Arabia and some of those other countries and stuff like that.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Let's come back to order. I appreciate it. I think Ray will be back in just a sec. Why don't we can start in on number 6, which is a noise ordinance.
Okay. Well, while the decibel levels up here, we'll talk about decibel levels. So the next item is noise standards and quantitative enforcement. So we received comments from the Planning Commission. They noted that the nighttime requirement we have in the ordinance right now at 57 decibels approximates rainfall. They asked about testing methodology and how you and this kind of goes along with county planning, how you plan to enforce noise limits. Of course, there are devices you can purchase to do that, and then would be able to cite if there's a violation of that. And then Mr. Boucher advocates lower limits and also offered to collaborate on quantitative enforcement annex, which I'm sure he could speak on more. So the decision options here are retain the limits and add some measurement and enforcement procedures, clarification on that. Lower the limits and eliminate the blanket outage exemption that exists in the current draft. Or direct staff to develop a quantitative noise enforcement annex that would be applicable township wide. So I think Mr. Boucher's suggestion is why just deal with this on this issue? Shouldn't we be dealing with noise issues across the township, generally speaking? Clarence, is that a fair summation of your comment? Sure. Okay.
Comments so far from the board?
Go
ahead, Harry.
I chose A, retain limits and add measurements and enforcement procedures.
Dave, any thoughts?
Yeah, I see our current like 67
Decibels.
decibel rating. I know we have trouble as it is enforcing noise with vehicles like i.e. motorcycles and trucking jake brakes. I just don't know how this is gonna fall into staff doing enforcement. But like, I think that could become encumbering if we make it too restrictive. And trust me, I'm all about people not being impacted beside it. But if we make it too low of a decibel rating, I think it becomes, they're gonna be out at every place every day trying to perform testing, so.
Okay. Mark, Laura, any thoughts?
Well, is this relative to the time of day, like at night?
Right now, the way it's drafted, there's a daytime level at 67 decibels and a nighttime at 57.
I see that now.
What's the definition of nighttime past our noise ordinance of 10?
Right, yeah, we would just mirror that.
And then what time is that in the morning?
6,
to
I think
what?
6 a.m.
Is that 10 to 6?
Yeah, you said 6. 6.
Clarence, go ahead and comment. Well, you want?
The noise limits in this now are way too high. Even within the existing zoning ordinance, when you look at what you have for the wind towers and the solar farms, they're both less. If you look at what other townships have done, North Middleton, it's far less. If you look at what the Penn Future suggests for warehouses, it's a lot less. It's the 65 and 50. Although I do recognize that for the data centers, this is the numbers they put in there, but this is an outlier. It shouldn't be. You need 50 decibels, no more than 50 decibels at night for a comfortable sleep. 45 decibels is what's normally found in a suburban nighttime environment. So going up to 57 as they have here, it's just too much. Remember, this is logarithmic. So 50 is twice as loud as 40. So we're talking significance here when we're talking even 7 decibels. As far as enforcement, the problem is that our current noise ordinance is what's called a qualitative noise ordinance, and it's very difficult to enforce. What the township needs is a quantitative noise ordinance where it's based on number of decibels. And I can tell you right now, another township project being worked on will possibly deliver a quantitative standard, at least for us to use. And once that's brought up, we can let the supervisors take a look at that as perhaps a replacement for what we have right now. It'll be written as relatively simple, but very enforceable in Pennsylvania. And so I highly suggest that not just for this, but basically for everything in the future, because as we get more and more congested, we're gonna have more and more problems with noise, that we go with a quantitative noise ordinance. And hopefully you'll have something to look at here soon along those regards. But we definitely, what you have right now is just way too much. It needs to come down.
Yeah, thanks, Clarence. Anything from the board?
Sean, this would only be for use at that property, construction activities during construction, or other types of work and or uses that are of special significance would not be regulated on that, correct?
Well, the way the ordinance is drafted right now, it only applies to the use when basically put in the use and accessory uses when put in the service. It requires the applicant to demonstrate through a sound study that the sound generated would not exceed those levels. So you'd be getting that sound study up front, and then you'd be able to enforce based on that provision.
Well, we would not be adjusting our current noise ordinance for the general noise ordinance, correct?
Not with this ordinance presently,
Okay,
no,
that's
no.
what
But
I'm-
I do agree with Mr. Boucher that the current noise ordinance that you have is really almost ineffective because of the way it is. And then there's that separate question of whether you want to go around enforcing all of that and how effective.
When we get a final draft, can you have various noises and their equated approximate decibel rating, like say cutting grass with a rotary mower or gas power? So that either the people that get a copy of the through either online, or if they would request a hard copy of our stuff for the meeting and or for the supervisors to understand what we're asking
Some
for.
context on what the decibel level
Yeah,
might be.
because
Yep.
I mean, 67 might sound high, but it could be the equivalent of hammering a nail in at 10 feet away or whatever. Like, it just something for us to relate to it so we can understand.
Yeah, and some of it with the decibel levels, right? It's the persistence of the noise that's important, right? So hammering a nail, although if done over and over again all day long, could have some impact, right? But if you were trying to sleep and somebody was running a vacuum cleaner by you all night long, probably wouldn't appreciate that so much.
And I liken it to like a stadium. One person can be inside the stadium yelling at the top of it as long as you don't hear it, but the cumulative effect of 60,000 people in there, you can hear it magnified outside. So that's what I'm looking at
Right.
too.
Right.
Clarence has.
Go ahead, Clarence.
As far as the noise ordinance, I've learned far more about this than I ever really wanted to, so I can relay some of it to you. A proper noise ordinance will take that into account. They'll have both persistence, whereas you have a noise that continues for a long period of time as opposed to the staccato type noise. And the proper noise ordinance will be able to measure both, and you could set the limits for what you would want on that. That's part of the reason why these tend to look kind of complicated, but in order to enforce it, you really need to take into account the kind of things that you're talking about right now. And as far as things like construction noise, you can also within a noise ordinance put exceptions in there for periods of time, as well as things like Cumberland Valley High School having a football game. They can always come for a variance, or you can write that in as well as an exception. So all the things you're bringing up do make sense. It doesn't mean that they're going to be fatal to something like this. We can accommodate all of these concerns.
Thanks, Clarence. Okay, is the board leaning one way or the other on this one?
I kind of take it we were looking at most of the comments were C, weren't they, Sean?
I think, well, Harry started off at A. I'm not sure if that's,
I started off at B. Are you
Okay.
talking about the scope?
we're talking the noise standards in
Oh,
number 6.
yeah, I think I had A
Yeah.
on that one.
So I was listening. A is retain the limits that are currently there and then add measurement enforcement procedures.
Yeah, I thought we kind of were talking in the realm of C. So that, like, if we're gonna adjust it,
For township wide.
Yeah, C would have nothing to do with this ordinance. We'd be taking it outside of and amending the general noise ordinance of the town.
no, but I thought we were looking at having staff modify what we currently have for the use, not necessarily township wide for the regular. It would probably pretty much be C, but without the township wide, like for the use of the property. I thought we were, my understanding from the comments was looking to develop something that, would be an adjustment of our current ordinance and have decibel ratings listed that we could maybe make sense of it to see if it's in with our vision pertaining to what we want in the ordinance. Because decibel ratings can be deceiving as well.
Right.
Uh,
So David, if I'm understanding it correctly, you're looking to have, you need that context to understand what level you should have to begin with. Is that kind of where you are?
And if you give us a final draft between staff and you and say nothing above 70 decibels, here's examples of 70 decibel, or if you say 60, here are things that, they say are in that range.
Right.
So it would help me understand making the right decision better.
And that's, of course, something I could pull up right now. Not that I'm going to put you all on the spot and make you decide a decibel level right now. But those examples are pretty widespread and available online. So when we talk about 50 decibels, that's the sound of rain. 60 decibels is sort of chatter. 70 decibels is a car or a vacuum. And then you can go on. 80 decibels is a truck, and hair dryer is 90 decibels, and so forth. But I can include that. We kind of leave that one blank maybe, and then we can come back to that, and then we're going to have to decide whether May might be a little too aggressive if we need to come back and add some things.
Or if you include it, would give us an idea of what each of the things are, like a lawnmower, or hair dryer, or whatever. It would give us an idea since we've all had experiences with those items.
Right.
My view was B, to lower the levels.
Okay, so I think
I'm in agreement too. I'd like to lower from where they're
Okay.
at. I just don't know how low they need to go, but definitely I think we're too high
okay.
right now.
Okay, so I can bring this back with sort of the examples, and we can fill that in
Yeah, I think that's.
next time around. Okay. Okay. Number 7. So that's the traffic impact study. So the Planning Commission observed that data centers generate minimal traffic. And I'm sorry, the current draft has a traffic study that must analyze the most intensive IT land use code possible. So that those are codes that determine the estimated level of traffic per use, with an option for a developer to, if there are a number of available codes that would apply, they can sort of self-limit to a lesser code, and they would be limited to that use and uses that would fall under that ITE land use code. So again, the Planning Commission observed data centers generate minimal traffic, which is generally true. County planning found some internal consistency in the traffic study language, which probably gets addressed as we talk through this item. And then Mr. Boucher supported township intent if there's limitation if the limitation to the lesser ITE code is binding without having to go through an additional hearing. So your decision options here are A, tailor studies to data center specific ITE codes. B, retain the lesser code option with more explicit binding limitation language, as Mr. Boucher has suggested. Or C, require a rehearing for any later intensification beyond the approved ITE code.
Sean, just Scott, just one thing. The Planning Commission also wanted to know if this use was going, or this requirement was strictly to data centers, or if it was to every conditional use that was bounded by the 100,000, or now the square footage possibility.
Yeah, the traffic studies would apply to any use within that threshold.
Right.
Yeah.
And at that, there were some planning commissioners that said that if it was to every single use that hit under a conditional use that bounded there, that we want to rethink that, especially now that the planning commission doesn't know that we might be going to square footage bound rather than building size. So just tee that up.
Right. Any thoughts on this one?
Can we combine B and C? I mean, if we can have binding for lesser, if they agree to something lesser, make that binding. But if they need to change, come back for another hearing. I mean, if the use changes.
Right. If they want to use a more intense, if they want their use to be more intense than what they were originally approved for, having come back for a hearing. Yes, you can certainly combine those two.
And one other note too is that the TIF ordinance already applies to special hearings on anything that's in the TIF area. So we just want to make sure that whatever we put in the zoning ordinance for this doesn't counteract what's already in the impact ordinance that we have under the TIF. So whatever we decide, we just need to make sure that again, it jives with everything.
And I have to agree with what the planning commission said. It said observed data centers generate minimal traffic. I think in general, that's what everything I've read on them. There's not a lot of employees. I think maybe, I see so many other uses where the traffic studies should be the problem. It always seems like they slip through the cracks that have more intensive uses as far as vehicular traffic or truck traffic. Um, I don't see data centers being a large contributor to the traffic problems we have in the township.
Right.
Yeah, and I've read the same thing where they, data centers generate minimal traffic. Not like probably a large warehouse that would have more major traffic.
Any other thoughts on this one? Is everybody in agreement with Supervisor Brown suggested to have those combined options?
Something.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Okay. And the final issue was this, and this is specific to data centers, is the decommissioning requirements. So currently there's decommissioning only in the ordinance only for data centers. The county planning questioned decommissioning for buildings, generally speaking. And again, this provision came out of that Penn Future model. I should note. Our planning commission requested timelines and financial assurance detail to be added into the ordinance. And then Mr. Boucher supported decommissioning for data centers and potentially for warehousing and other industrial uses to prevent blight. So your decision options again are A, to retain the decommissioning as it is for data centers only. B, to expand decommissioning requirements to other large industrial uses, or C, to retain the requirement but refine the triggers, timelines, and financial security mechanisms as our planning commission suggested. And you could divide that one out and still have the additional detail on timelines and financial security, and use whatever other requirements you might want to have.
I think C pretty well defines as far as what their responsibilities are.
Right, and that C would limit, continue to limit decommissioning to data centers only.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'm actually in favor of expanding decommissioning to other uses that would be more intense, like Clarence was saying, warehouses. I do think we need to refine the triggers, timelines, financial security mechanisms as well. So I guess B and C, or part of C. Yeah, I'd like to see it expanded.
Sean, my comment would be, if you have a straight warehouse, there's nothing inside to really decommission. The building's there. If they're going to repurpose that building, anything other than storage, they're usually going to tear it down. I don't see where, like, the biggest unknown would be, to me, like, uses similar to the data center, and or like when we talk about like uses pertaining to like maybe solar, those types of things. The general warehousing, you're talking a shell building, and usually the inside maybe has racking system, a little bit automated. I don't see us having a big issue there to get somebody to repurpose that.
Right, and you don't have the materials that you're looking to have decommissioned.
Yeah, the specialty materials, yeah.
Right, and that's, and again, to the, well, and we have decommissioning built into those recent revisions we did for the rooftop solar.
Go ahead, Clarence.
Clarence Boucher is like the fifth Beatle.
As far as the warehousing, why it should apply to everything within the I2. Once some of these warehouses just get so old, they can't be reused, they get abandoned. And so what happens when they get abandoned to become blight? So this would simply be a way we could build this so that they have 2 years to repurpose it. You could say 3 years. You can say they can come to the supervisors and ask for more time. But at some point, there's going to be a Hulk out there. Perhaps when 3D copying takes off, we no longer need warehousing. We're going to have all this infrastructure out there that's going to rot. And so I would still like to see some way of getting old warehousing torn down, not at the township's expense and not remain as blight. And how you decide you want to do that, I'll leave that to smarter people than me, but I think it should be a worthy goal.
Solicitor Schultz, could I just add something real quick? So with this one, this was raised during the solar farm when we went through this with decommissioning and financial securities and different aspects of this. And multiple staff members brought this up. I'm looking at Cheryl, I'm looking at Ray, especially with financial securities. I don't think, one, we can qualitate, right, the decommissioning of what it's going to take years from now and hold an entity to financial security, because that we're holding that money for that entity. I don't know if we really want to get into that business. Two, about the warehouses and some of the other industrial, most of those technically under the ordinance, if they go dormant for more than a year, they lose their existing nonconformity status. So if they were to come back, they would have to go through the conditional use process that the supervisors retained in that they would have to reapply. They would have to re-go through a conditional use. So a lot of that would be carried already. So I think we just need to be careful with this, because the amount of financial security that the township holds already is immense. I mean, so just that would be my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, and I agree, Scott. I think what you end up doing is discouraging businesses that might be good for the township taxpayer wise that get leery of coming in here and having to post that. I mean, I think that can become restrictive and or financially encumbering. I think that I do agree when you get into the specialty uses where you have a lot of material like solicitors Schultz had brought up, and what we kind of brought up pertaining to the solar end, there's a material there that is potentially a restricted item to get rid of. It's not easily disposed of, I agree with, but like for general buildings, I don't see it.
Right. And a lot of the other ones, we learned this in the last couple of hearings with the solar mounted on the buildings. They have decommissioning standards with their tenants, right? That they have to take care of it. So there's no reason to, double dip on financial stuff with these entities with that. And then also, I would also say with the the change in ownership, tracking down the new owner. I mean, we all, at least the township staff, we see buildings change hands every year on taxes. So are we going to chase down every single entity and every single one with every single financial security? Yeah, it's on them, but it's a tracking series.
Sean, is there county or state blight tools for commercial like there is residential?
There are, I mean, yeah, you have the ability to handle blight regardless of the type of use.
Yeah.
I should say was.
I imagine though it becomes a bigger fight with, multi-million-dollar warehouse.
It would be. I think what you typically would see, the challenge with residential sometimes is it becomes so blighted, it's difficult to rebuild and find the right party to walk in and take care of that. With industrial uses, it's generally not the issue, right? Because they're sitting on, even if they go back and it's been out of use, they're still sitting on a pretty sizable tax assessment. And so there's some incentive to make use of that building rather than let it decay. And what eventually happens from from an assessment standpoint, and I think a real estate market standpoint is, if you allow the building to decay and blight, the land becomes more valuable, and then it's worthwhile for somebody to come in and just demo the building and make good use of the land again. So in those instances, I think the market generally takes care of it. And this is why generally when you see decommissioning, it's with certain materials that you don't want sitting around.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll bring up like what happened with COVID. A lot of the office space you see now being converted into residential rental units. They find a way to repurpose it because, like you said, Sean, that's a big investment for the investors to be sitting on and getting no return. They're not going to let it sit 9.5 chances out of 10 because of the taxes that they're paying on it. I agree with that.
Go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, I just want to say here that from a historic preservation point with that, the warehouses in industrial areas have been turned into affordable housing as well. I don't know how that works, but I know that that has happened through historic preservation to take these properties and actually reverse them then into affordable housing. So that's something, I don't know how that works, but I'm sure Sean could, or somebody could, or I would find that out.
Okay. Thanks, Christine.
I thought Christine was going to want historic preservation of warehouses. I thought you were going to want historic preservation of warehouses. I'm kidding. No. I'm not sure. I think, and Harry, have you, I think originally you were retain the requirement, but refine the triggers, timelines, financial security mechanisms. After hearing discussion, have you changed your position on that?
No.
No, you're still good there.
I think there's certain triggers that you could use. What Scott said made sense about the financial security because when they came in and they did the solar panels, that's one of the questions that I asked them about, well, what happens when you decommission the solar panels? And they said, oh, we got that already taken care of. So that's a done deal, I guess. And when you're talking about data centers, they've got millions and millions of dollars of equipment in there. And I'm sure they're not going to leave that behind. They're going to tear out the wiring. They're going to tear out everything else. And that building's going to be a skeleton. So I think we're good with that. I am.
Okay. All right. And I understand where Supervisor Linkers stands on it, which I think is pretty close to that. Retain it, limit it to the data centers.
Yeah, that's where I'm leaning. I think the financial security is that sounds a little bit more complex than I think we want to deal with. I mean, we're fortunate to not be faced with blight, at least commercially, but I can't say, I don't know where we'll be in the future. You do see you do see buildings like that become obsolete. I think we're all hopeful that the market would resolve that, like you described, Sean. So, I'm not sure. I'm not quite there yet on expanding it to other uses, but I could probably be convinced, but I'm not comfortable to say that yet. So
Okay.
we might have to, if we can't get there on this one, maybe noise, and this one we have to still take to another session maybe. So
Okay. And is there any final words from Supervisors Brown or Pottinger? No. Okay. Okay. Well, that brings us to the final issue that I pulled out of all the comments that had been received. I think the last month I did want to address one other comment we received. I think it was last month about requiring data centers to generate their power on site. Not a lot of case law, or not really any case law directly on point on that. But what I did find suggests that we wouldn't be able to regulate that through the zoning ordinance. It's probably not an issue that we're prepared to tackle and potentially take that to court. That's really it's an issue that I think the state is finally coming around and looking at closely, and there are some bills circulating that would address those electric power usage.
They need enough because I heard 3 Mile Island was bought by one of the groups that that does
Right.
data centers. So if they're needing a nuclear power plant, they're not going to be able to generate that on site.
Right.
The only thing I would be well, I'm concerned about all the items, but water. I know they need a lot of water for the
Yeah, some have dry cooling, some use water. We have that built into the ordinance as it is. So there's an examination of
Yeah,
the
that
water
would be the
usage.
only thing that I would probably be concerned about, because I know they're talking about having their own energy, like for electricity and stuff like that.
Right.
So, I mean, those are some of the things we can.
And the sewage, we brought that up, that the waste that needs to be treated has to be public system or,
Right.
a system that's monitored by the state.
Yeah, and this was, again, remember, this is one of those requirements, the water and sewage that applies to all of those uses, not just data centers, because there are, manufacturing uses that are very, as water intensive as data centers can be. So, we all want manufacturing in our municipalities, but there are issues that come along with that too. Okay.
Sean, we had a bottling plant that looked to going into the facility at Cost Road a few years ago, the authority, and the amount that they generated was exponential. And I don't, I feel that we need to put that on them, that if they're using up all available capacity, there should be a mechanism in place that they either have to replace that or that if we don't have it, I know they're required to provide it. I just don't want to see them come in and use up all the available either public water source or sewer capacity.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of that item. I'll pull a draft together. We're going to have some issues we're going to need to sort of re-examine next month. So that probably means May, a May hearing, and getting it to the planning commission in May is going to need to be pushed back another month. Okay. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Thanks to the board and the public there for all that discussion and input. We'll go then to second item under unfinished business. It's resolution 2026-07. This is a deed of easement, and Solicitor Schultz, I think you were going to brief on this or anything additional?
Yeah, this is a deed of easement for the township property that will be the site of future township facilities. It's necessary to have a stormwater facility that runs, to simplify this, JJ could go in much more detail. But to have a stormwater facility that actually runs off of the township land onto land that's owned by Spring Meadow Reserve. You have been provided, we have now been provided a draft from Spring Meadow that they intend to execute in some fashion. It's still waiting on their final comment to their attorney, but they do expect to execute it. So in order to try to keep this project moving forward, because we're already mobilized on it, my recommendation is to approve this condition upon my final review of the easement that's presented to us and executed.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes, I would rather wait till we see the actual agreement in case a board member has a comment on it. I would rather have it come back to us. That's just my opinion.
My only concern is we're working out there, right? So I think we're gonna.
I don't think they are. I think there's not much activity going on out there.
They've paused, but they're on kind of a timeline in the contract, so significant time delays, and they pause
may cause a work order adjustment. Sorry, Dave. I understand the request that you asked. They just may come to us for a work order if we don't provide some direction. That's
They,
not
they,
meant-
they did move equipment out, so there
Yeah.
won't be a remobilization anyhow. I don't want to approve, my opinion, I'm not approving nothing. If I don't have the agreement in front of me in case I have questions, that's where I stand.
Anybody else?
Where exactly are we with the agreement? You say you have it in hand, it's just not signed?
I have a draft from so the trajectory on this was that we presented them with a draft easement. And then they initially, at least the ownership felt like they wanted us to take it fee simple, so we would own the property rather than an easement. Once their attorney discussed it with them and honestly, to be blunt, how ridiculous that would be for this little sort of L-shaped area that we'd be using.
Right.
They went back to the easement. So they've redrafted an easement. That draft was provided to me today. They were hoping to have it executed by today, but that wasn't able to happen. And I checked my email right before we jumped into the executive session today. So as of right now, we do not have an executed easement. So we expect it any day now. The idea of sort of a conditional approval would be to be able to get things mobilized as quickly as possible between now and your next meeting. If we hold off until the next meeting, it just means we're holding off on that project for that time period. And then for some time period after that, for them to remobilize.
I think these easements are pretty straightforward. Would you agree when it comes to the language?
It is, yeah.
I just don't think there's going to be a lot of subjectivity, so I trust our solicitor to review that. I'm okay with just personally anyway, conditionally approving this.
I agree. I agree with that.
I'll look for a motion.
Excuse me, there's a public comment. Just
Where are we at? Online?
online.
Okay, go ahead. Who is it?
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake?
I would just like to know at what point there was an opportunity for public comment, for solicitor input on the design. Again, looking at a detention terrace across the lower part of that property, buffering the wetland, as opposed to the proposed plan that requires this easement and a direct output into that, I believe, is Hoagstown Run. Thank you.
I'm not going to pretend to be an engineer, so I'm not. Typically, the solicitor is not going to have input on those issues. So I have to the extent that JJ could answer that on the spot here.
Just for clarification, it's not direct discharge into Town Run. There is a level spreader there at the floodplain at wetlands that abut Hoagstown Run. The purpose of that is to distribute the stormwater flow evenly across those wetlands to mitigate any erosion or downstream impacts, and also recharge the environmental component of a wetland as well through spreading that stormwater out evenly.
Thanks, JJ. Any other comment?
I will just say, somebody else's incompetence or misjudgment or error does not create my urgency. I'm standing behind it. I would like to see the final agreement.
So, Solicitor Schultz, just to clarify, you drafted an easement last year?
It was originally back in October. We sent the legal description and the plan for verification on their side, and then that was delayed for whatever reason, and so it came to a head in the last month or two.
I appreciate you answering that. My point is just that this wasn't something we just now attempted to do last month. This is between the landowner and their attorney. It's been going on for 6 or 8 months, right? Just to clarify, is that fair?
Yeah, close,
Yeah.
close to that time period. Yep.
Okay, I think we just need to be fair about it. That's just my point on that. Yeah, go ahead.
But it doesn't make sense to me why you would approve something before you actually read it.
This is standard language. I hear you. It's philosophical. Yeah.
Right.
We're going to defer to, just in fairness, I mean, we're going to defer to Solicitor Schultz on that language anyway, right? So, but I hear you. That's a decision we have to make.
Maybe I'm wrong here, but I just can't understand.
Well, the flip side is we continue to delay the project, right? You just heard what I explained. We've been trying that since October. We have to keep this project moving forward. How big is this easement? Okay.
But no, this is when the issue came up.
When
Did you vote on?
we didn't have an agreement or a draft last month, right? Yeah.
If I could address that, Christine, real quick. Last month, there was still the question of whether the owner wanted us to take it fee simple versus an easement. That was still a question hanging out there.
With the property, the other property with Meadow, Steve Meadow, whatever that property.
Spring Meadow Reserve.
Yeah.
I don't know what the communication was between their attorney and them. I'm not sure.
Don't think that, you know, from a smart perspective, I just don't think you sign something without looking at it, whether it's standard language or not. I don't think it's something that the Board of Supervisors that are elected there to represent the township, what is best for the township as a whole. I don't think signing something, and, you know, all due respect, you know, it's standard language, but I still don't think that is something, whether standard language or not. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Any other comments?
This should have been all straightened out before the plan was submitted to the county. I stand behind that.
I don't figure why the landowner doesn't have any culpability here when we had an agreement in their attorney's hands. I don't understand why this is coming back on our professional staff. That's frustrating to me.
Well, if I'm gonna build an addition and I plan on building it in the neighbor's property, I'm gonna make sure I have everything squared up before I submit plans in case they say no.
We approved the plan.
Can we
Well,
take,
it showed the property line on the plan. I looked at it, yeah, I'm not,
Go ahead,
we're not
Mark.
going there.
I was just going to ask the question, can we take a vote that we approve it in lieu of getting the signatures? You know, if the signatures take place on this document, we approve it then. Rather than waiting another month to our next board meeting, we can, you know, vote yes based on that, you know, it's signed, sealed, and you're okay with it.
Right. That's
Excuse me,
what
when was the
that's
plan
what
approved?
your only option would be right now to either do that or not, or pass on it until next month. So you could have it, and that was the effect of you conditioning it on my final review.
Yeah.
My final review is going to be examine whether it's changed from the draft that I received from their attorney. And if there are issues there that I felt I needed to bring back to the board, of course, I'd alert Mr. Palmer and the board to that I was uncomfortable, signing off on it at that stage. But if it matches what I've already received, as Chairman Mockmer has noted, it's pretty standard language that in the receipt of an easement. So
And at that point, we wouldn't have any legal exposure whatsoever because it's now a signed document, so it's done.
once it's signed, based on the conditional approval?
Yeah,
Yeah, once it's signed and it matches what our expectations are,
right.
then we can get it recorded and move forward with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Randy.
Randy Duncan, Green Ridge Road. There was a steering committee that was formed regarding this campus, and I believe it was formed about 3 years ago. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And so about 2.5 years ago, it was put on hiatus. And the last action I remember that we took as a member of that steering committee was that we approved the, I believe HRG or whoever, to determine how much rock was there so we could determine, accurately get a bid from vendors or contractors to do the grading for the entire parcel. And that's the last action I remember being taken on this committee. So I don't know what occurred in between to get to this point, how this all moved forward. It seems to be done in the dark, and the committee has now been reformed in a different manner. I've heard who's on the committee. I don't necessarily disagree. But there was a steering committee that was in place that was supposed to guide this process, and it was circumvented.
Well, actually, we did everything you just described, Randy. There was a full test. There was all the tests done. Excuse me, I can't articulate the right terminology, but we did exactly what you described. There was maybe you can help me out, JJ, as far as the rock discovery that was done there.
Yeah, there was a complete geotechnical analysis done for the site with soil borings throughout the entire site with additional tests within the proposed basin locations as well.
And if I remember, Randy, wasn't I the one that advocated doing the extra steps to make sure we don't get in over our head? It's all about checks and balances. Now, all of a sudden, it's good. We'll
They're two different topics. We did the homework on the
I
rock.
heard the same thing with the roundabout. Only a couple 100,000. We're in at 900,000, and we have a neighboring township that's not happy with us.
All right, we're off
And
topic. Go ahead, Randy, if you want to finish your thought.
We're on the same topic.
Go ahead, Randy.
And after that analysis was done, it was never brought back to the committee for any further discussion.
Yeah, it was then bid, right? Here we are. We're moving dirt now.
We never saw any drawings. We could have commented on the fact that this was off, that these drawings were off site. And again, I'm not sure how this gets approved at a county level without these proper approvals. Being a contractor, just as Mr. Lenker said, I just can't understand how even the township would approve me putting, a detached garage on my neighbor's property. So the process here does not appear to be proper.
I'll reiterate again. Our solicitor drafted an easement. It was delivered to their representation at least in October, as you just heard. What more can we do?
That should have occurred in my world before you bid the job.
There were a lot of eyes on that plan. I hear you. Maybe the committee didn't, but we did as leaders. I'm not pushing that on somebody else. I refuse to push that on an engineering firm.
It does not put the township in a good negotiating position when that occurs. Now you have to.
Maybe that's true, but what we have before of us is a solution, and now we want to keep arguing about it and kicking the can. I can't understand why we don't want to keep this project moving.
I'm just making sure that everybody's aware of all the facts over here, because it makes it appear here tonight that this just occurred in October, and the steering committee, that's the purpose of it. It was formed to sit there and guide this whole process.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you.
Hey, Carl, you have a hand up, but Mr. Lake again.
I thought this was going to be a quick item.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, but
I hear you. I get your point, Christine.
But
go
the
ahead.
thing is, we talk about transparency here, and that's what, and it's holding whoever accountable for whatever this is.
That's us, in my opinion. That's my argument.
Then the buck stops with you, and it has to wait. I mean, I think for.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I think again, it's about the residents of the township. And you are elected officials by township residents. And I don't understand why you would want to approve something without seeing it. And I understand you might have to wait another 30 days, but whose fault is that?
I got you, Christine. I understand your point.
Okay.
Thanks. Scott, we had somebody else?
Yeah, it was Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake, I'll give you 30 more seconds, and we're going to move on this item.
No, I just, you said it was approved. And I think Mr. Duncan highlighted that it really wasn't approved by the committee. It wasn't subject to public input. I mean, where this outlet from this detention pond is located is 5 foot off of Deborah Weiss' property. Under flood conditions, what the HRG rep said is total hooey, because at a high water level, that whole system is going to be underwater. So it is going directly into that run. And I had this discussion with the South Central Regional Office, and DEP is so compelled and pushed to get S done for the current governor, they're approving stuff like this. This never should have been allowed under the Chapter 102 permit. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the board? If not, I'll look for a motion.
I will say I'm disappointed that, to me, when you're in any position, whether it be professional staff, employee, or board, you mess up, you fess up. That's always been my thing. I don't like this. We talk about transparency. That person or persons or firm or whoever needs to take responsibility. I'm going to leave it with that.
All right. Anybody willing to make a motion on this item?
Well, can I ask a question? If we delay this, does that add additional cost? Like if we're delaying this, pushing this out another month, what does that do to our cost?
Potentially. There could be substantial claims by the contractor that there were delays unforeseen or an unforeseen unforeseen delays caused by township.
Laura, they already moved equipment out. There's going to be charges. Once they pay their employees to come in with the low beds and haul them to another job, they're going to want to get paid to move them back in. So we already, I don't want to hear that there's going to be extra charges. We already got hit with extra charges on this. There's going to be a remobilization. I don't want to jump the gun until I see, what their council comes back with. They might not sign, even though they showed that and say we want something else. I would rather play it safe.
I'm still where I was before. If I had that signed document here in front of me today, I'd vote for it. So I don't have a problem voting for it in the condition that we get that signed document. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that, I guess. That's kind of like where I stand. If you had the signed document here, I'd vote for it. So I'd be willing to vote for it in the condition that, we get that signed document.
All right. Are you willing to turn that into a motion, Mark?
I don't know exactly how to do that, but
it would just be as it's written, conditioned on Solicitor Schultz's final review.
Yeah. Yeah, what you said.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
All right, so we have a motion for Mark. Is there a second on the table? I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I oppose.
Opposed.
Okay, that motion fails then 2-3. Any other motions on that?
I'll make a motion, that, we wait 30 days to see what the solicitor can obtain from the developers' representatives as far as what they're willing to sign and have it reviewed by the board with the solicitor's input for us to make a decision.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Harry second, all in favor of that?
Just 1 second.
Yep.
Clarity. I'm sorry, Carl.
I was just telling you, I don't know that we need that motion because we're just going to bring it back at the next meeting if we have it.
Right.
So it might be superfluous.
Dave, you willing to retract that motion?
I'll retract that then and we'll wait till next month.
All right, we'll move on to subdivision land development. We have the Moret parcel 1034 West Trindle. This is a waiver request. I believe we have a representative. Come on up.
Good evening, Scott Akins with Akins Engineering. So the first thing on the agenda here this evening for this property is a waiver request for the width on the access drive. When this plan was originally approved, we had received a waiver request for the width of the access drive so that the beginning portion of the access drive could be constructed at 20-foot wide and then expand out to the 24-foot width as we got past the adjoining home, because the township has an ordinances that requires the access drive to be a minimum of 50 feet away from that home. So during construction, there was a little bit of a shift in the driveway. The purple portion of the existing driveway to the east is within that 50-foot buffer zone from the neighboring property. So what we are asking with this waiver request is that we would remove that section on the east side of the drive that encroaches on the 50-foot offset from the home. And then we would also add the purple section to the west of the driveway to maintain the minimum 20-foot width that was granted with the initial waiver. This waiver amendment request, if for lack of a better word, is to allow for the green area to remain as it is. So that green area was the area of the driveway that was supposed to be expanded out to the 24-foot width. During construction, it was just laid in a little bit shy of that 24-foot width. So even in the upper portion there where you have green on both sides of the driveway, the maximum detraction from the 24-foot width is about 1.25 feet. So we have about 22 3/4 foot width from the point of transition all the way around to the building. And then our 20-foot width that was granted in the initial waiver request from that transition down to the road.
Okay, that's it. Okay, you looking for questions? Sorry, I just didn't want to. Did you have more?
Well, not with
Oh.
regards to the
Okay.
to the waiver
No,
request.
sorry, I'll
Okay.
jump in here. Sorry. So this is a tiered thing you should look at the waiver first, then the construction mod, and then the as-built. Because if the waiver doesn't get approved, the construction mod cannot, and if the construction mod can't, then the as-built can't. So if
Okay,
you want to discuss the waiver, that'll kind of dictate where you go from there.
thanks, Scott. What's the shortest or the what's the narrowest that it will be? What's the narrowest? How far does it deviate from what was approved, did you say?
So the beginning portion of the driveway up to where the taper would go, to where it was supposed to taper out, that will be completely in compliance with the approved plan. So basically everything from Trindle Road back to that point right there is where the transition was supposed to go, the end of the purple section on the right-hand side. So that whole portion back to there would be in total compliance with the originally approved plan. Moving past that, the western side of the driveway in that area to be added, again, would be exactly in compliance with the approved plan. It would just be those two green strips that would not be in compliance with what was originally approved.
Yeah.
What would what would it take to bring the green part into compliance? I mean, what would that require? Just adding a little bit more paving or?
So it would just require a little bit of additional widening to the existing driveway that is there now. Like I say, it just when the millings were placed and everything was rolled and compacted in, it just didn't get out to the 24-foot width that was originally approved.
Scott, what is it, 22 and a half now?
So, right, we have 20 at the thinnest, we have 22.75 feet.
So you're talking a foot and a quarter.
Foot and a quarter, right, of overall widening.
Okay. It's nominal. Yeah, it's not bad. And that's a private drive that is not.
Yeah, so and I was just about to say, even though this whole project was looked at in a commercial sense as far as the land development plan approval, this really is more of a private drive for the property owner to access her arena. She will be giving lessons, and that was kind of why the township looked at this in a commercial sense, but really this driveway is used very rarely. There's hardly ever any traffic, never any traffic crossing each other on the way in and out. And that's a function of the way the gate works. It's an automated gate. So vehicles have to come up to the gate will open, they come through. So there's really no opportunity for vehicles to be passing each other on a regular basis on this driveway.
So we have 10 foot for each vehicle currently. They can pass really on 10 feet each. No problem. Yeah, that's nominal. I mean, if we were talking 3 feet, 4 feet, where my opinion is, then that might be a little different. But I mean, even you put it in at 22 feet, 24 feet, whatever we would have set it, you get grass growing in over time. You lose a little bit on the side anyhow. You're talking 6 inches pretty much off each side, each lane.
Right.
Any other comments, questions from the board?
How far off of Trindle Road does this narrow down? About how many feet?
So it was approximately about 110 feet back from Trindle Road. So when we get past the back corner of that home, is where we transition back from the 20 feet back to the 24-foot width. So the whole portion of the driveway, the whole initial portion of the driveway coming in from Trindle Road will be the 20-foot width that was granted to us with the initial waiver request.
Right.
It's just for the portion then going back that didn't quite get constructed to the 24-foot width that we are looking for the additional relief of.
Yeah, that was my concern about the traffic coming off. I didn't want anything to back up, but if it's that far back, I don't see a problem with that. So that's a question I have.
Next part. Anybody else? Anybody willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the construction modification for parcel ID 38.
Hey, hang on. This would be the waiver. Yeah, you might have the old agenda.
All right, the waiver.
Yeah.
Let me hear. I'll make a motion that we approve the the waiver request relief access drive with requirement.
Okay, we have a motion from Dave. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Yeah, now we have the construction modification. Scott, any comments on that?
Okay, so as far as the construction modification request is concerned, we just talked about the access drive and what the differences are there. Additional milling area to the east there is a change from the original land development plan that is intended to be able to store trailers and farm equipment there on the exterior. There is some additional impervious area that was put in from the end of the parking lot around the end of the building on the east side of the building, and the additional impervious area and stone riprap area at the rear of the building. That riprap area was put in to help control stormwater coming off the east side of the property and crossing through that area. Altogether, there's about an additional 8,500 square feet of impervious area than what was approved by the original plan. We're still way in compliance as far as coverages are concerned. We have looked initially at the stormwater impacts, and the basins as they are built can still take the additional impervious area without impacting the discharges in an adverse fashion. So everything would still be in compliance as far as the stormwater rate and volumes with that additional area. There was also a change with regards to the handicap parking area and the striping that was intended for that. So that is something that we need to take care of here yet and get that handicap striping put on the ground, actually in the field. I think that was pretty much most, and then the dumpster location. The dumpster location was to be at the end of the parking by the handicap parking space. And when the additional pathway around to the back was put in, we had to relocate that over to the western side of the building.
Is there a question for staff? Any concern on that equipment storage setback? Are there any conflicts there? Maybe JJ or Scott?
I don't believe there's any ordinance standard requirements that would state that it can't be located in its current location.
Okay.
Setback about 29 feet at its closest point from the property line.
I see it. Okay. And then you concur with the stormwater calculation?
Correct. Yeah. Through our review, it seems like the updated stormwater calculations check out. There are some minor comments left on our review letter, but I don't see it holding up any approval, just a condition upon addressing staff and engineer comments.
You concur with those comments?
Yeah, we're just kind of waiting on some direction here to finalize the final stormwater comments.
Okay. Anybody else on the board have anything?
I will say, I like that they're keeping it away from Leanne Lane properties. I think they're trying to be responsible here and keep it away, from either the headlights or the noise, trying to keep it towards the open track. I commend them for that.
Carl, there's public comment when you're ready for it.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll take any comment.
Ricky.
Hey, I'm so sorry. I just have a point of, I guess, like clarification. I think this is the first time I've been on a call and I've seen something like this. So, am I understanding correctly that like all of these additional things were already done pretty much like they're getting retroactive approval for things that were already like not in compliance with their original plan? Am I understanding that correctly?
Scott, I'll let you answer. I think it's partially, but not entirely.
So yes, so what we're looking for here this evening is for approval for the modifications that were done during construction.
So everything that we're looking at is already done, is the answer.
Everything but the additional asphalt millings for the storage area. That would be something that would be needed to be completed, and the work to the edges of the driveway needs to be completed.
Okay, so Ricky, it's a little bit of both.
Okay. Yeah, it feels like it's very surprising to me. Are there any like repercussions for, people doing this sort of thing? Like obviously there's a retroactive request that's coming here right now, but I don't think I've actually seen anything like this before the board in my, year and a half of coming to these things, at least not to this extent.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some. I think it depends on the nature. We have, required additional testing, or I think in a worst case, it would be a rip and replace. But
Okay.
yeah, I think it's kind of discretion of the board. We have seen a few.
Okay. No, thank you. Sorry for taking time. That just helps me understand what I'm seeing here. So thank you.
Thanks, Ricky. Any other comments, Scott, online? No. Anything else here from the board? Staff have anything? HRG?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Anybody willing to make a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the construction modification for parcel ID 38-09-0539-019, address being 1034 West Trindle Road.
Dave made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mark second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. And then finally, we have the as-built. Any additional comments on that one, Scott?
So yeah, the final thing is just looking for a recommendation of approval for the as-built plan contingent upon satisfying the outstanding engineering comments.
Any comments on that item? We'll look for a motion if none.
Motion to approve as built.
Laura moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Dave second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries.
Thank you all
Thanks for
very
coming
much
in.
for your time.
Appreciate it. We'll move on to number 4, MDN Investments. This is construction modification and a waiver request. Any representation here this evening?
Good evening, folks. My name is Chris. I'm with Burgett and Associates. What we have here tonight, a little different from the prior scenario there. We have an approved plan and we've returned with a modification. The yellow area is an expansion to the existing structure out there. And our proposal is to change the floor elevation slightly, and that ripples through to the stormwater facility on the lower side of the plan. The current ordinance, I believe, requires us to infiltrate the entire impervious area out there, plus a fluff factor, if you will, of 20% above and beyond. With the location adjacent to the property adjacent to us and the confines of the property, we're not able to meet the extra fluff, the 20% over and above. And that's what that's what we're asking you to consider tonight, the extra.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Any comments from the board?
Yeah, you'll be lucky to get that approved, the John Deere hat on. I'm just picking.
Turn it around quick.
Yeah.
Anything from staff? HRG?
Nothing major to add. We have seen a similar waiver request for other plans before where the applicant is capturing as much stormwater as practical on site. It's just the calculations don't necessarily work out for the additional 20% per ordinance requirements. But it does appear the applicant is providing good faith measures to capture as much stormwater as possible.
Comments from the board? Anything else from staff? Hearing none, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the construction modification and waiver request for parcel 38-08-0569-035, address being 5 Brenneman Circle, waiver being for volume control calculations.
There's a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Harry, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Thank you, sir. Next is McGuire parcel, the preliminary final subdivision plan, and I'd invite up a representative. Good evening. Thanks for your patience.
Good evening, and thank you. My name is Michael Klein. I'm an attorney from Cozen O'Connor, representing Veolia Water Pennsylvania, Inc. And Veolia Water Pennsylvania, Inc. is a party to a purchase agreement of a McGuire parcel. The transaction has been approved by the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission. And one of the conditions of the approval is that a subdivision be approved. And that's what we're here for this evening, and that's what the application. Now, with respect to the 6 waivers that are listed on the agenda, with me this evening is Mr. Leigel from Hythe Leigel, and he would speak to those. But I can speak to items that were raised at the last meeting about the property not providing access to the property. And I've gone over this with Solicitor Schultz. There's 2 documents on record in the courthouse in Cumberland County. One is a deed from Locust Point Quarries. It's a 30-foot wide easement. And then that couples with a 75-foot wide easement that Mr. Brenneman provided in his final plan. So there's absolutely no ifs, ands, or buts. There's access to the property, and each one of those reference the McGuires and say the McGuires, their successors and assigns shall have access through those easements. And they're also on all the surveys that have been done. So that issue, should be done and over with. The second item about the actual encroachment and the claim of an abutting property owner, the Wentzes, that because of some types of rebars or spikes, whatever, that they aren't encroaching, that they have that extra property legally to use. And that again is an actual legal fallacy. The deeds that the McGuires had were from 1993, and the Wentzes is 2015. So for 22 years, the McGuires have had that property and have actually been paying property taxes for 33 years. And what happens is in each of their deeds, the Wentz's deed and the McGuire's deed, there's meets and bounds descriptions and also the total acreage. And in, like with a crossword puzzle or a jigsaw puzzle, the pieces fit together. The surveys show that the McGuire property as defined in the deed they have and the Wentz's property is defined in the deed they have fit together, period. And there is the common boundary or border. The deed of the Wentz's states that their parcel 2, which is the parcel that abuts with the McGuire property, is 3.76 acres. The surveys that have been done all show that it's 3.76, 3.8 acres. So that when the deed was written, that the Wentz's got, they knew that they were getting 3.76 acres. But now their position is, well, no, those spikes that we saw, they're we own that property. We're not encroaching. And actually, that area of contention is 3.14 acres. So what the Wentz's are saying is, The property that they bought back in 2015, instead of being 3.76 acres, it's almost 7 acres. I mean, it's absurd, and there's no support. The surveys show that the deed, which speaks to the 3.76, is accurate. And then with respect to the McGuire property, it's the same thing. There's acreage in there, and the surveys show that the acreage is exactly, after the survey, what is mentioned in the deed. So there's no, you can find, it would be like an abutting property owner to the township's property coming in and saying, hey, I saw on your property, there's spikes or rebars. So my property must extend out there. Your township, you don't have that property. There's no legal authority in Pennsylvania for anything like that at all. When the deeds specify the exact acreage, and that's what the deeds did, and that's what the surveys show. So that issue should be, put to rest as well, along with the right of way. Now, are you going to have questions about the 6 waiver items?
Can I respond to you pertaining to the property line issue? Regardless of how we got here, we're the parties are there. Would Viola be willing to work with them because their structure is in question there? I think it's a goodwill gesture to try to work with the Wentzes to get them in compliance, at least with the township ordinance that and I've seen this happen 30 years ago when I worked for the township. A gentleman built an apartment building, and years ago there was either angle iron put out in fields, pins, etc. They went off of, I assume, what they thought was the property line. The person bought the property. It turned out it was over a little bit. They had a legal battle, and it turned into the guy wanted the part of the building tore down. All I'm saying is, I think the right thing to do here, it isn't a matter of what happened, like legally, that's not my contention here. My contention is, I think the right thing to do as a good neighbor here with, maybe can Viola work with the Wentzes to get them in, at least into compliance, and, see what you can do. I'm not saying it had to be for free or whatever. If there's an issue, it deemed in the end that there's a problem, can Viola maybe sit down with Wentzes and try to work this out? Because you're going to be beside them for years. They've been in the community for generations. I'd like to see this worked out.
Since 2014, Veolia has made generous proposals to the Wentzes to do exactly what you're speaking of, and they have refused. There's been no movement on their part. Their part is they want that additional 3 acres. They're not encroaching, in their opinion.
I'm not talking about the past. This came to us right now. All I'm asking, would Viola try to work this out with the Wentzes, however means, and try to come to a conclusion? That's all I care about. I have no qualms that you guys want to put wells back there, but I'd like to see this resolved.
Okay, we would like to have seen it resolved as well. I mean, I have a stack of papers back and forth. There were meetings, and there was no movement on the Wentz's part. Now, that shouldn't hold up the approval of the subdivision.
I understand that. The first I found out about this was last month. All I'm saying is I like to see, they're both longstanding citizens of the township. I just like, and you serve half of our township. I'd like to see it to the point where, Viola can go back there. There's no animosity. And the same with, I don't want Viola having animosity with the Wentzes. Can we work this out?
I can say this, there was a proposal, was on the table, it was offered, that was generous, and it did take care of the corner of the house. That was rejected by the Wentzes.
I understand the past. I'm talking now.
The past and the futures and the presence right now. I mean, basically, would you like to say something as well? Yes.
Jackie Akel, Walterson Gallery represents McGuire's. The Wences Council did approach me, asked if they would, the McGuire's would still accept the 3 acres and that the access, this isn't right, there's different access and there's just no new negotiation. I said, is there anything else they're willing to offer? Nothing. So that's not a reasonable offer.
and I'm not-
We tried, but
I wasn't
Yeah.
there then. I'm talking
so that
right now.
happened, that happened this past week.
Well,
Right, so.
I'd like to see it resolved. I don't like seeing issues. And I'm not saying
We're trying.
anybody
Yeah.
there is in the wrong. I'm not saying they're in the wrong. Sometimes there's like, we have a lady sitting back here that had a property line issue. They put a development in behind her house. The people that bought said, hey, we own the whole way up there. She had old property markers. She had to spend money to get a surveyor in. There was a discrepancy and it turned into a mess. I don't like seeing that. And I'm not saying Viola's wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, let's try to get this worked out the best we can. Everybody sit down and make a concerted effort and, try to get it squared away that at the end of the day, you guys are all neighbors. Viola, the McGuires, the Wentzes, let's work it out.
Well, again, what we're hoping for is this evening that you can approve the subdivision. That's very, very important for a lot of reasons. And also, as I indicated, along with Attorney Daigle, there is an outstanding proposal from Veolia to the Wentzes that would resolve this issue. So the Wentzes should come back to Veolia. And if they want to talk about it after the meeting and after the approval, I assume the client would be willing to do that. But we can't be banging our heads against a brick wall where the other party's not willing to negotiate.
Go ahead, yeah. We'll give it a chance for the Wentz, Mrs. Wentz, I presume, if you would like to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Kelly Wentz. My husband and I own 64 North Locust Point Road and also 68 North Locust Point Road. In regards to Viola working with us, that is not true. The facts in regards to the entrance, first off, you should come see it before you talk about it. The lane that is in place is actually over into our property and not in the actual line of our property. They have to create the lane to go into the property for access. Their deeds, our deeds, all of the stuff, all the surveys that was done for the lane for the entrance coming in, it is not even long enough to go to their property. The 75-foot has nothing to do with the entrance lane. The 75-foot has to do with the lane coming in off of Locust Point Road that comes down along at Jim Adams's lane that we have the access to come into our properties. That is 75-foot that everybody has. Like if you got a utility lines to come in, something like that, you have that right away. So the access is not access to come into. They don't have it in the right place. If it gets to the point you don't want to agree with us and not work with us, we're going to close the lane because that is our property. So you're not even using the lane that you should be losing to the edge of the property. For the other stuff, the surveyors that have worked there for Viola doing the survey for the McGuires, they have gone through and used our deeds to mark off all the stuff, okay? We have our deed, and we didn't put no pins in the ground, which is ridiculous. Our whole property is outlined with pins. The original farm before the McGuires, they have did the pins by the trees, by the locust tree on this corner, locust tree here, all of the pins are there. We have deed correction up at the courthouse, so we will have to work with the courts to settle the property. They're not taking our property, okay? I have just the papers, even myself, to explain. Whenever Deb required to try to sell her property, she has 35 more or less of acres for sale. So how does she now have 39 acres? Think about it when you look at the magic. So, I mean, this is the issue we've been dealing with it. Biola is not easy to work with. It's their way or no way. They wanted to tear our house down, even the people operating with them, sitting there threatening us, we'll have you arrested. This is our property. They want to tear our house. This is what we have to deal with. So you cannot deal with these lawyers of working. Excuse me?
Said they're at.
Yes, they did. You weren't even on the phone call.
Folks, hold on, Mr. Wentz, Ms. McGuire, Mr. Wentz, hold on. Hold on. This is an opportunity for public comment. Ms. Wentz has the podium, and we're not going to have a debate in the audience.
The deed they have now is not proper, so they're gonna have to settle between us. We have up at the courthouse, there'll have to be hearings in regards to, for a judge to decide what is correct. Not Biola's lawyers, no, that's gonna be going to court to decide who this property is. So we have our pins, they're not fake pins. We have the pins the whole way around the property that's been there. That's what the surveyor did the deeds to. In regards to the measurements and stuff, yes, our deed is wrong. The same way the measurement's wrong for them to have the access. This was all by the lawyers back when Locust Point did it. So the documents are not correct. And it doesn't mean that Biola gets to take our land because the documents are not correct. That's all I have to say.
Sean, have you seen any evidence of a deed correction, Sean, at this point?
There's not been any deed correction recorded. I don't think that's what Ms. Wentz is saying. I'm sorry, that you recorded yourself. Okay. And the deed correction was based on a survey? And who performed that survey?
People who are not here, can they please talk in?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Trying to do this with Zoom. If you're not talking to them, like you can't.
And Mr. and Ms., if you want to approach the microphone to answer. I have a survey that that's the survey that I have. That survey indicates on it that those pins aren't shown of record anywhere. And without corroboration for those pins are meaningless. Right, but there's no corroboration on the record for that. And without corroboration on in the chain of title at some point, rebar pins, whatever you may have, are legally meaningless. Because you have a consistent chain of title. I mean, that's a yeah. And if I could just kind of finish that point, I discussed this with your attorney last week, and Attorney Solomon agreed on that point. All right, so and I don't think he's going to be the one who takes up any litigation. He indicated to me that he'd be passing that on to another attorney. But that's a civil issue if you want to if that's a battle you want to wage. Our issue here, as far as the boundary issue is concerned, is whether the boundary is accurately depicted according to what we have of record at this point, and it on the plan, and it is depicted accurately as of what we have on the record at this point. And it is as of what is on the record at this stage. You may have a claim to make that it's inaccurate, and you can have that claim in court and have it heard by a judge. Veolia may choose to take the initiative on that too. At some point, a judge will make a decision. What we have in front of us tonight is a plan that accurately depicts that boundary based on what's of record today. So the board, okay, so if I could please just finish. The survey that you commissioned shows the boundary that you have of record, and then shows where those pins are and says there's nothing in the title to support that. And I think that's the issue that we have, right? So again, our issue is confined to, I'm sorry, if I could I please just finish? Our issue again tonight is that the ordinance is, they're in compliance with the ordinance because what is of title right now is the same as what they've depicted on their plan. Now, what would happen is if you win your dispute, down the line, the judge is going to order that there's going to be a corrected deed, and the judge is going to order that this plan would need to be revised, and that would happen at that point. But this board can only make a decision based on what's of record at this moment, based on against what's in the application that they have in front of them.
Right. And also on the access easement, it shows on both of the filed recorded documents, and it states tract 2, which is their tract. It states on the declaration of easement from Locust Point Quarries, it's a 30-foot access easement through parcel 2, tract 2, that would be the property they now have, lands of Locust Point Quarries at the time, to lands of David M. McGuire. And it's shown on both documents that are recorded where it is. So, I mean, there's no question. And people who have been going to get access up to that property are going up through that area. So it's basically denying something that's officially, legally of record.
It's not in the right location. That's what I'm saying. Nobody even listens. You guys, you can see it. Can you come out and see where the markets were?
Our people
If you want,
are
here, we need to limit the debate back and forth. Free to come up and comment, sir. Yeah.
My name is James Wentz on a property over 68 Kelly Wentz. The problem is I put that lane in with Forrest Brenneman. I work for Locust Point Quarries. We used that whole access. We hauled snow in there from the borough back where these pins are at. Okay, so there's no Silver Springs Township approved to build this house with a permit off of these pins. So you're saying the township did wrong to leave us build our house? That's what you're saying. Is they township on off of all these pins would have no problem with the access road. There's a big rock pile there and woods. Duke Brenneman was his name. Forrest Brenneman came to me. I worked at Locust Point Quarries, and he was one of my father's stockholder. We officially put that road in so they could put a trail there. We owned with access with a road that could go to our property, not their property. Because their property uses an access road that's on paperwork. I'm not saying that you don't have an access, you do, but it's not through our access. You gotta go cut the trees out, they put a telephone pole in the middle of the entrance to use your legal access. Right now, you're using ours that we put. Locust Point Quarries, my dad was a stockholder, we put it. Not there.
Well, okay, Jim, I have a question. I'm trying to sit in the middle of this. I'm trying to help you. Would Viola, if that's the case, say, hey, you're allowing us to use your drive, can we work to get them, if there is in the wrong, compliance with them if it's deemed not to be right?
Yeah, can I have one question? Because of, look, I speak.
We only have reasonable offer.
But all these guys came to us and we cooked and let them go start. They came to our property, let them store the stuff there. We put the stone pads for them to drill the wells in them. The engineer from Rich, Miser came to me and said, you guys approved us. You're okay with us. You have no problem with us. Our lawyer haven't heard nothing for a year. So our lawyer figured everything was always on. We want to work with you guys. We want to be good neighbors. We don't care what you do, but we are paying taxes on what we bought from Locust Point. Locust Point before you use that where this pins are at today back in 1975. So there's always been used for that purpose.
I mean, you've known me a long time. I always try to do what's right. why don't you work with Viola here? And instead of like this having to go to court and we can move this on, I think this man here seems like a man of his word. He said that there was an offer on the table. Try to work with them and at the end, you know, you have that option. I don't want to see you guys get in an issue. That's a big corporation. They have the PUC behind them. With,
To sit down at the table and they're responsible to talk this out. But we're not gonna move our house, but we had to fight for everything we have because we build all, you guys firm, you guys setbacks, you guys approved it. So, I mean, we didn't do anything wrong. You know, I mean, they're acting like these are money, but.
If they're wrong, if they have a deed that specifies the amount of acreage, the survey shows that a lot that they have tracked to, that's the acreage.
I understand.
I did say, we have a proposal out there. Please approve the plan. We'll talk with the renters afterwards and try to work something out.
We've looked at them before, Andy, so.
Jimmy, I would never steer you wrong. Sit down with them. The man seems like a man of his word. Let's try to get this worked out.
The corrected deed was sent to the courthouse, okay? So this is, they want to dispute that their survey is correct. Our survey is correct, and we have the dispute in between the right grounds. So how do you allow someone to go ahead and purchase a property when the deeds are not correct? So there's a dispute part for that. Sir, I'm talking. I have multiple deeds over the times that I went through, and each deed has something different for all the listings. Even the newest deed we have says north this way, so many feet this way, so many feet that way. All of the pins are there, but the deeds doesn't even match to what the pins are. And that's the whole way around our property. So the same way that they have their length that they're supposed to be going from here up to their lane, that's not even correct. I'm not disputing that they have access, but they don't have the access correct on their deeds to show that.
Let's make the attempt to work with Viola. And if not, then you have the fallback. But I hate to see you spend the money. I hate to see Viola spend the money where I think you guys can work something.
Sean, is there a deadline to act on this?
Yeah, until April 9th.
Yeah,
Sorry?
Yeah, there was a 1 month. The board gave a 1 month extension last month for this. So we would need another extension granted by the property owners. Otherwise, you'd be in action tonight. Not to play lawyer for Sean, but.
Right, the extension was to April 9th. You could have a special meeting between now and then if you wanted to, yeah.
Hi, Deborah McGuire. I just want to say I'm tired of the bickering. We just want it subdivided. All that needs to be handled outside. We just want it subdivided. We're spending money and money and money. Coming back here tonight, we're spending more money. It's kind of getting ridiculous. We're here for the subdivision, nothing else. All this doesn't matter at this point. We just want to get it subdivided. And we had two surveys. Two surveys show totally different than what they have. And the mapper on Cumberland County, that's a third one. I don't know what else to say. I just want subdivision to be done. That needs to be handled separate. Subdivision tonight here, and I'm done with the bickering.
There's actually 3 surveys that we've done, and all of them show that the only is correct. There's a letter, an area of contention, and address. The area of contention is 3 acres, and it's based upon some pins that they saw, but their deed does not mention them at all. And their deed folks a certain amount of acreage, and all three surveys show that that's the exact amount of acreage. And that's the property, so it's just something sort of put together.
Sir, and I understand that you have yours, they have theirs, which hit the middle ground somewhere. That's all I'm saying. You guys are gonna service it down to.
Even they're all fixed at the same spot. He's saying they're different, but why did they survey, because they're ripping at the same tree, the same pin, the same, all three surveyors that came, you get it all out now, it looks like a Christmas tree, and somebody put that decoration on, but. Well, but every place that they outlined, all three surveyors came to say.
Okay, hang on, I want to focus on the mic here. Let's make sure everyone, go ahead, ma'am. I want to make sure.
Like Sean alluded to, I thought here we're just the nonconformities in existence. You see it on the plan. I don't understand why we're going to delay this yet again another month when they're only going to say we want the 3 acres and this access. Like it's been 2 years since we've been trying to work with them.
Yeah.
I don't understand why an extra month.
This is what it boils down to. We're not the right body to decide this. We ultimately aren't. But at the same time, we're trying to find a resolution because we understand. I think that Dave, he said it best. I mean, these are 2 people that are in the township. So we aren't the right body to make boundary dispute decisions. We're not. So we're in a really difficult spot because ultimately, as Solicitor Schultz indicated, what concerns this body is the saldo, and that's the subdivision. It's not the boundary disputes. So we're trying to be mindful that Dave's asking you guys to come to a resolution. I think we're all getting frustrated because I'm not hearing a willingness to do that. So it really puts this board in a difficult spot. And I understand the timeline and that we really need to act on this, but I'm at a bit of a loss on how to resolve this.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why the board thinks we're not trying to resolve this. It's been 2 years we're trying to resolve this, and another month is not. We're going to be coming back here every month with no resolution.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand.
Well, then it sounds like you don't want to resolve it because you say it'll be the same thing.
We have a reasonable offer on the table, but there's no wiggle room on the other end.
Very reasonable. And they refused it. And we want to, if you approve it, we'll continue to work with them,
So why don't you do this? You have your proposal, find out what they want, and see if you can find middle ground. Sir. But you're not listening to me. If you want to find out what it takes to make them happy and see if there's middle ground between where you guys and they see what it takes. I'm not doing this to be a jerk to you, to the McGuires or the Wentzes, because like the McGuires have been in this township forever. The Wentzes have been in this township forever. Viola's been servicing in this township since probably 50 years ago. I'm just trying to make it where everybody, when you run into each other, that there's not animosity, and we try to get this where everybody walks away and they're somewhat happy. You're not going to.
We'll work with them under the existing proposal, which they do choose, and try to, work things out. But this did not hold up with the approval. And I believe your solicitor would agree with this.
And I believe you're a man of your word, but find out from the Wentzes where your agreement doesn't meet and see what you can do. That's all I'm saying.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't understand how you can accept a division of property when the property is not correct per us. Okay, in regards to them trying to get, things divided so she can sell to them. And as you know, we have no control over Viola, which, is definitely, not correct. I want to know in regards to who is going to pay for the wells when they go dry. All right. As you know, Hemp Brothers, Locust Point Quarries, now New Enterprise. They have to pay for all the wells around because of the water that they're pumping constantly. And there's houses all around the quarry that has gotten wells done, that Hemp's or Enterprise, they're pumping and creating new wells for them because of the water going away. Now you're allowing Viola to do the same thing right across the street from the stone quarry to be doing wells. I mean, already before they even bought the ground, a well has gone dry. That's Jim Adams's down at the corners. Their contractor had to go back there and drill him a new well. So how is this not advertised with the people going around, you know, with this water company coming in there across from the stone quarry when you already have issues with the stone quarry? The other thing I have questions with is, how does McGuire sell their property as agriculture to Biola, you know, and they are what, commercial? Isn't there any kind of due process in regards to they should be able to change their
They're regulated by the PUC. We do not have a lot of leverage with them if they're utilizing it for utility purposes. We dealt with this with UGI the other year. We cannot do anything about that.
I understand that, but there's a due process. I'm talking, please. Okay. I know there's a due process with any other thing that you have the people to understand what's going on. The poor neighbors around here have no clue that there's going to be a water tower there, that there's drilling water when they already struggle with the stone quarry going on. You know, New Enterprise isn't wasting no time. They're going deeper and deeper. Jim and I are okay where we are because the water goes underneath. We're getting the water before it gets to Viola. But all the people downstream on that river that's underneath us, it's going to be gone. So how come these people aren't being advertised that this is going on? I mean, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All of this is regulated by the Pennsylvania Department.
Attorney Klein, if you want to step up, just because I'm not sure everybody can hear you.
Yeah, I think we know where each party stands at this point. We're kind of going in circles. I need to look to the board to find some direction here. This is going to go on all night. I don't know how we get to a resolution, but we've got to get to one. Go ahead.
Respect for the wells. No, all of that is regulated by the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. They require tests to see whether there's going to be drawdowns and everything. It's all highly regulated, just like the Public Utility Commission regulates the public utility aspects of this, you know, as well. It's up to the township to determine the subdivision, but these other issues are under the primary jurisdiction of the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection and the Pennsylvania Public Utility.
Do you know why there's a PUC? And I hate to say that there's a reason that there's a court is because people don't do the right thing on each side. So I'm asking, and you seem like a man of your word, can you speak to the people of Viola and say, look, the township had concerns here that night. I put my name on the line. Let's get this resolved.
I'll do that after the subdivision.
And you seem like a man of your word.
All right, I don't want to keep just rehashing this. I think we need to bring this back to the board for some discussion and a decision. I don't see an end in sight. And yeah, one more thing. Yeah.
Here is the solution. We don't care if they want to buy a property. We don't care to work in there. Leave our house alone. That's what we agreed on. If they want to use our entrance, we will make it. That's what they can use our entrance. Leave our house. That's all we're at. You do whatever you want to do on your side. You don't.
If you will have read the proposal we made, it makes your house.
Yeah, gentlemen, we're veering off course here a bit. Yeah, we need to keep the decorum. Sir,
Mr. Wentz, we have a public meeting we're trying to conduct here, and if you want to have a private conversation, you can do that outside. Attorney Klein, I'm sorry, can we just like disengage from that right now? We're trying to conduct a public meeting.
All right, let's bring us back to the board. Again, what's before us is the subdivision and these waivers. I think we need to focus on that at this point. Look, we have a timeline. Our standard is, does the subdivision meet our ordinance? If it does, we are required to approve it. We could deny this. We could find ourselves in court. Maybe Viola will work with us. I'm just kind of talking out loud here to the board, and we've been given that advice by Solicitor Schultz as well. It doesn't mean we don't have empathy and we want to try to find a resolution, but we're in a pretty much a lose-lose situation. So I'm trying to spark some ideas here from the board. I don't know if Mr. Klein, if you wanted to speak on before I ask that, are there any questions from the board on the waivers? I think they're all pretty straightforward from what I understand from staff.
Yeah, I just have, Sean, if Viola would not make an attempt after, what we discussed here, trying to work with the Wentzes, would we have the right to file a complaint with the PUC, or would the Wentzes have the right to file a complaint with the PUC over the fact that, there was representation that they would attempt? And I'm not saying that right, wrong, or indifferent, whatever, but I think that we need to have the parties sit down on their own. I think they're closer than what they feel they are, and get it straightened out outside of this.
The PUC is not going to have any jurisdiction over a boundary issue. I mean,
But they can force the hand, couldn't they?
That would be dealt with in the Court of Common Pleas.
Okay, so they can't override the Court of Common Pleas.
Not on a boundary issue.
Okay,
No,
all right.
no.
Laura, any comments? Mark?
Yeah, I commented on this last month, and I'm still at the same spot. This property was subdivided many years ago by PennDOT. They're the ones that brought the turnpike in and cut the property into two different lots. So to me, I mean, we're not doing anything that PennDOT has already done. So, I mean, I think that's what's in front of us here tonight. We're not here to determine which survey is correct or which survey isn't. We're not attorneys here, or I'm not, you are, but I just feel like, we're just here to decide whether or not the lot should be subdivided. And like I said, I think the turnpike has already done that. So that's kind of like where I stand on it.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Laura, any comments?
I would agree with what Mark said. I think we should go ahead with the subdivision. I do want to see them work it out. I would like to see all parties get together and work this out. I don't want to see this continue. So please, at our encouraging, please do respect one another and treat each other well. But yeah, I think we need to go ahead and approve the subdivision. I don't have any problems with waivers either.
Harry, any comments?
Well, I think it would be good that the parties sit down, negotiate, which is the first thing. But I also agree with what the solicitor said, that this is more of a legal matter than a township matter. Sometimes things need to go to court to get things worked out. I'm working with another issue. It's about the same thing. Someone saying, well, it's my property. They're imposing on my property. What should I do? My suggestion is to get yourself a good attorney and take it to court. It's more of a civil matter than anything else, and the court will decide what the process is and how to handle it. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, thanks, Harry. Any other comments from board or staff?
I will just say, Kelly and Jimmy, you might have to give in a little. The same with Viola. I think you guys are closer than you think. Hit the middle ground, move on. Life's short.
Anybody willing to make a motion on, we got the 6 waivers and the preliminary final subdivision plan?
I'll make a motion to approve all 6 waivers.
We have a motion on the table for the waivers. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mark second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. And then the preliminary final subdivision plan. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve the preliminary and final subdivision plan.
Motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mark second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any. Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We'll move to new business. This is land preservation program for 44 State Road. Laura?
Yes, I asked Scott if he could pull up the map. This is a property off of State Road. It's about 20 acres. It's also adjacent to the Evergreen development. We're looking just simply to get an appraisal done on the property. And we'd like to have them in our land preservation program. Just to let the board know, Frank Evelhoek, who is our chair of the Land Preservation Board, is here. If you guys have any specific questions for him, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer. That's all I have to say.
Did we hear back do we know who the trust will be yet?
No, we don't. We do not. We would be working with either Lancaster Farmland Trust or Natural Lands.
Okay.
But that has to be decided yet.
Anything from the board on this one? Great, Dave.
I knew the family really well, or at least I knew Karen. So I think this is a really great move for them.
Okay. Any other comments? Anything from staff? I'll look for a motion.
It's Randy.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Randy.
From the looks, Randy Duncan, Green Ridge Road, from the looks of this, 36 State Road has some encroachment issues on this. And in the past, we've not resolved this stuff until later. Have they been contacted, or has the applicant contacted the mussers at 36
As part
State
of
Road?
As part of the preservation process, we would have a survey done. And I know exactly what you're referring to. You're referring to with the Shrim property and the Klingler property. This time, we will make sure that there are conversations between the two parties if there is an encroachment. Of course, on Property Mapper, it's hard to tell. That's not the most accurate. So the survey would be done, and then we will take care of dealing with that and make sure this time that there's something in writing if there's an encroachment issue, which includes an agreement to, if something is torn down, it will not be rebuilt over the line, that type of thing. So we will make sure that there is something agreed to by both parties if there is an encroachment that is shown.
Yeah, I'm aware that we can't rely on the boundaries that are on Property Mapper, but that looks kind of significant. So
Randy, sometimes they're awful news like you wouldn't believe. You'll be surprised.
yeah, I understand. I'm very familiar with Property Mapper, but I just want to make sure we're being upfront about how we approach our business in this community.
Yes, you're correct, Randy. We need to be better about how we deal with the situation. Thank you for bringing that up.
All right, I'll look for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Laura moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Harry second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Cumberland Valley School Culvert right-of-way discussion.
Thanks, Ray. As part of the Cumberland Valley High School pedestrian culvert that is currently being designed by KCI, right of way will need to be acquired for the construction of this culvert. I believe there may be a representative from KCI here to discuss it. But as part of this, the township, since they are the applicant for this project, will be required to obtain temporary construction easements, right-of-way easements, and sidewalk easements from both Cumberland Valley High School and HSS Investors LLC. I believe the proposal is for them to be dollar transfers from both Cumberland Valley High School and HSS, so basically free to the township. And even though the name right-of-way easement has both right-of-way and easement, it basically acts as like a glorified easement for the township. There wouldn't be any deed or title transfer for this quote right-of-way. It would basically act as an easement. And then if there's any additions from a representative here tonight, I don't know, you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I'm Steve Roman from KCI, and no, basically you hit on all the points I wanted to hit on, with maybe a couple exceptions. And I understand that you guys had seen this plan before back in November, and the design has not changed at all. They're still on track for construction in May or June of 2027, with construction wrapping up in August of 2027. He mentioned the easements for the township would be acquired and no property would change hands. And there's a yellow area there that actually the Commonwealth is going to be acquiring, and that will be in fee simple. And that's because they have a drainage, the inlets and pipes that the department will be taking ownership of. Other than that, the timeline for that, next month, we'd like to have on the agenda to have a resolution to acquire the easements. And then we would be looking at signing the plan, the final right-of-way plan in the May timeframe. That keeps everything on schedule. Right now, that would still put it ahead of environmental clearance, which ultimately that would trigger when we could acquire those easements at that time. But it's really just an update, and there's no need to act on anything this evening.
Good. Thanks, Steve. Any comments or questions?
Yes. No.
No, I don't hear any. No.
Thank you so
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll move to engineering update. JJ?
Yep. So first thing on engineer update is for the Joe Rickey Trail. As you may remember, we are in coordination with the Quick Fill, the property along Carlisle Pike there, for potential condemnation of land for the sidewalk. There was a hearing scheduled in April to discuss grievances with it. That has been pushed to the May timeframe. And because of that, PennDOT has pushed the let date, which is the bid date for this project, to July 2nd of this year. Typically, PennDOT assumes 3-month bid until notice to proceed, which would push us into the October timeframe. And since that has passed the typical construction season, we probably won't see mobilization for this project until spring of 2027.
Is this a tunnel or a bridge?
This is just a path, sidewalk. Yeah, sidewalk along.
Bridge journey.
To get across 11, they're still gonna use the crosswalk.
It's gonna be a sidewalk that'll run parallel next to the Quick Fill.
Correct. There would still be a crosswalk and other pedestrian improvements proposed as part of another project, the Carlisle Pike sidewalk project that was approved for design. There will be some pedestrian improvements at that intersection as well for connectivity.
Can I ask a question about the Joe Rickey Trail, please?
Yeah, were you done, JJ?
Yeah, that was the update I had. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, is there a map of the layout of, or a draft of this park or this trail?
Yeah, we can provide
Can
one.
we see it now?
I do not know if the township has it readily available right now, but we can provide it.
My concern is the Oliver Pollock houses behind Best Buy. I understand that they are part of the conversation of the Joe Rickey Trail.
I think that's a different project that you're discussing. Yeah, this Joe Rickey Trail is by Paul Walters Park and the Silver Spring Township Fire Company.
I understand that, but isn't there going to be one? I mean, I talked to Ray and I talked to Lash at Wilder, and apparently there was going to be something.
So there is
the Oliver Pollock houses with a trail somewhere.
Totally unrelated.
Okay, then what is going on with the Pollock houses? I thought Joe Rickey Trail was going to be part of this.
No.
Then what trail, what is it, what bridge do you want to use then by the Pollock houses if it's not with the Joe Rickey?
There's not been a discussion on a bridge. There's been a discussion with Pensy about the trail that they're going to give us.
in the agreement that we had with them. These are they're two separate areas. They're just the two separate projects.
What's two separate projects?
The Joe Ricky Trail and the proposed Pensy Trail.
Okay, so it's a Penzi Trail that is supposed to go over by the Pollock houses?
There's a Pensy Trail that actually does not go by the Pollock House. It actually comes to the top behind the Wegmans and would run parallel and connect into the old Lambscap Road.
My question is then, how did the Pollock houses come into the conversation of a land swap or a donation?
The Pollock House discussion was, were they interested in allowing us an easement as we're trying to connect the end of the Pensy Trail over to Old Lambscap? And that interest was yes, but they wanted us they were interested in giving us all of the property plus the houses. And we said we had no interest to take that.
Okay.
So now we are having a discussion with them about allowing us an easement on their property, Wilder Group, that's the management company,
Yeah.
that would connect it into the old Lambscap Trail.
The problem is with a trail going by there, I understand that those houses have been vandalized, broken windows. There's also the plywood behind them. Those houses are very important, not only locally, statewide, or they are national. It's a national historic site for Oliver Pollock. Those houses need to be taken care of. And to the point that Senator Rothman is involved, and as whatever needs to be done to bring those houses up to code is the responsibility of Wilder.
That's correct.
To do that, because they were supposed to maintain that. But the thing is, the problem is, there's nobody pushing Wilder to do it.
Actually, we actually have had meetings with them and have talked to them about the standards that we've asked them to bring the property up to. So we have Christine. So they're in the process of, there's a porch that's of concern that they need to rebuild, and there's a number of other things. They're to bring a plan back to us as to what some of those we'll just call them structural changes, or at least remodels that they're going to do. So that's in their lap. That is correct.
Give them a time frame, like we want this by. I mean, if it's somebody else's property, if it's a private property, you go in and you find them. You know, the house that was torn down at the corner of Woods Drive and Hoaxtown Road, that his house was forced to be torn down because it was being run down and in disrepair. But these are I don't know how much clearer. You know, New Orleans, I mean, there's Scotland, Northern Ireland has paid, honored Oliver Pollock for what he did during the Revolutionary War, and the dollar sign. He is credited for the dollar sign. We have a jewel, a gem right here in our township. Wilder needs to be pushed. They need to either be fined. I mean, don't you usually fine?
Just to give you a couple more seconds, but we hear you.
Question.
We hear you. We got your point. Understood.
But the owners fined if they do not.
Christine, I'm not gonna escalate. We understand your point. It's public comment. We hear you, and we need to be respectful of the time limits that we
I
set.
understand that, but you mean you can't tell me yes, they are fined, or no?
Thanks, Christine. Okay, JJ.
Any other questions on Cherokee Trail?
Go ahead, Randy.
Chairman Malcolmer, there was a couple, maybe 2 years ago, there was a property, I don't know, maybe a block away from you, where there was a home that was forced into a blight condition, and they forced the sale of the property from a county level. It was supposed to be our responsibility, then we pushed it to the county level. Maybe we could force the sale of this property.
They're willing to donate it if we have a nonprofit that wants to take it.
It's not our responsibility. There's an agreement there. If we pursue this as a blight condition with the county, then the county gets involved and they take over. It's not our nickel either. We shouldn't have been doing this. If that's the option on a neighbor, a resident of ours to do this, then why isn't it an option on this, to kick this to the county and have them do that? That's the question here. We're doing selective enforcement here. So
we'll check. I don't know if it's quite that simple, but I hear you. It's a good point. We'll check on it. So.
Well, it seemed pretty simple with those two.
Okay.
Historical.
Okay.
It's part of the whole parcel. It's part.
Couldn't.
It's part of the whole parcel. So
yeah,
you can sit there and go after it for it, then you can condemn the whole parcel, and we can all benefit from a sale of it to some other party who's more responsible.
Thanks, Randy. Okay, JJ, we'll keep moving.
Yep, sounds good. So next on engineer update was the Woods Drive Improvement Project. This is just another reminder for the public that we do have a special meeting on April 14th to discuss this project. Meeting material was sent to township staff and board supervisors, and we kindly request that if there's any comments about that material that's submitted to HRG by end of month, so we can have those updates ready for the meeting. Any questions on Woods Drive? Nope. Moving on to sewer roads restoration. As you can see under expense approvals, the bid was titled the 2026 paving program, and we received 2 bids for this project, with the low bid being Pensy Supply at a cost of $691,688.51. This is significantly lower than our engineer cost opinion. The main reason for that is the wearing and leveling course pricing in their contract. It was about half of what our anticipated unit price was, and that was obviously Pensy is basically neighbors to where this project location is, and they provide all their own material and own contractors as well, so they can provide very competitive pricing for this. Any questions on the sewer roads restoration bid?
Then the other new enterprise was not that much more.
Yeah, they're about 100,000 more, around the 800,000 mark.
That's where I think most of the people on the authority board thought the job would fall, that have knowledge in that.
Those were the only 2 bids, right, JJ?
Correct.
They were excellent. Like the pricing that's 150,000 less than I thought it would go for. So
sounds good. Next on engineer update was municipal campus. This was going to be a general construction update. In the pay application, you saw that the work for this previous month was for some additional earthwork and some basin berm construction for basin number 1. As Supervisor Lenker alluded to, due to the township not having the easements in hand yet, the contractor has demobilized a portion of their staff from site. They still do have some staff on site doing some rock crushing so they can move forward with some of the work. But until those easements are obtained, the contractor has decided to move efforts elsewhere. So just an update on that. And then also with Paul Walters Park, there was also another construction update. H&H has mobilized for that project. There have been some minor concerns that we've worked through them with about tracking mud onto the fire department's property, as well as some oil spills, which we worked with them, got that cleaned up. But for construction purposes, they're just doing some minor grading, starting to do some basin work and hauling material off site. Any question on those? Should be it for engineer update. Thank you.
Thanks, JJ. All right, we'll go to expense approvals. Any further discussion on that item?
Oh, if not, I'll make a motion. Make a motion that we approve the awarding of the 2026 sewer paving program contract to low bidder being Pensy Supply Incorporated at a cost not to exceed $691,688.51.
Dave made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Harry, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. we'll close out with supervisor and staff comments. Amy? Willetta? Cheryl? Okay. Chief is making the slow walk up.
Good evening. Just a reminder, next Wednesday, a week from tonight, April 1st, is the Parks and Rec Egg Hunt at Stony Ridge Park. Last year it was 5,000 eggs. I think we're up to 7,000. So we may take a whole minute instead of 47 seconds. So that's what it was last year, 5,300 eggs in 47 seconds. So come on out. It's amazing. We'll have some officers there. Hope has done a great job with Parks and Rec at getting it set up, and it's funded through our Cops Care. So we appreciate everybody who helps donate to that so that we can do things like this. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good. Lieutenant, I presume nothing to add. Okay. JJ, anything else?
Yeah, the only thing I would like to mention is I know there was, again, some additional discussion about the municipal campus easement and the basin design. I do have a comprehensive timeline of design decisions that I'd be more than happy to discuss with board supervisors or staff as needed for this project.
All right. Thanks, JJ. Ray?
Thank you.
Sean? Okay, we'll go to the board. Mark?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the Pennsylvania School Board Association and the Pennsylvania School Safety Institute for hosting this tonight for us and for doing the tours. Very much appreciated. And I think we're lucky to have your organization in our township. We're very fortunate. So thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Laura?
I have to apologize. At the RAC meeting last night, I said to Cheryl, it should be a fairly short meeting. So I jinxed it. It's my fault. So everyone can blame me. I'm sorry. But thank you to those who stayed and put up with this very long meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Laura. Harry?
Yes, I'd like to thank everyone for attending online and in person and for the wonderful feedback that we got tonight. Hopefully it'll be like this all the time. Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Dave?
I have a question, Ray. Got this paper with the phone numbers on. When did we decide we have a municipal fire chief? When did that honor be bestowed to William Brown?
That hasn't been decided.
Well, right here it is.
That isn't, we're still going through the ordinance.
Well, I have concerns about what's going on with this. We'll discuss that.
Anything else, Dave?
Nope.
Okay, just want to echo what's been said. Thank you again to the School Board Association and for hosting us, and those that stuck it out with us. Appreciate it. Thanks everybody for your input. That includes staff. I know it's getting late, so I won't speak much longer, but just want to reiterate our appreciation for everything that you guys have done for us tonight. So, all right, any objection to adjournment? Okay, we are adjourned. Thanks everyone. Have a great evening.